And that microphone is on. Time to kick the tires and light the fires. I seen that in the movie once. Welcome everyone, and glad to have you all on board today. I am your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching the VolcanoX live stream, and welcome to all of you. And that is a whole pile, and just got in here. I seen that the numbers did go up for a little while and drop back down, but that's okay. I think some of them are gone to go get stuff, and they'll be back. I'm sure they will. Anyway, glad to have everyone on board today, and it's going to be an interesting show. So before we get into things, quick highlights. Mauna Loa continues to erupt. Obviously, you can see that on the screen. And thank you very much to our wonderful two pineapples who are on their way to 12,000 subscribers if they haven't got there already. And that is awesome to see. They were out there this morning again doing their wonderful streaming from the site. And I wasn't even aware of that fire dancing guy. So that was pretty awesome. I missed that part earlier in the show. But glad to have them doing their thing, and glad that they are doing it from a safe and comfortable distance, that they can get us some good shots without putting themselves in danger. And that is, I think, one of the big things. And speaking of danger, I want to bring to your attention Taupo in New Zealand has had multiple quakes and has been upgraded from a yellow to an orange. So that is Taupo in New Zealand, and that is something that you need to be aware of. Other things on our agenda, of course, our wonderful Mount Etna continues to put out lava. So Mount Etna is doing its thing. She'll be right. Okay. What? A tourist flown on what? Pyroclastic floods? Okay. All right. Amelia, we can't say that in here. Sorry. I know, a little scary, but we can't use that language. You got to remember there are younger folks watching the show, so I understand your frustration, though, and it is scary. It is scary. I do agree with you, and but just kind of maybe watch the language a little, okay? So please. Not trying to be rude. Yeah, I haven't had much sleep. I can understand that totally. And, you know, shake after shake after shake, it gets a little bit monotonous and a little on the really scary side. So hang in there. Hopefully everything will calm down again, and it will go back to sleep and not do anything. Fingers crossed. But that is something that is there. And we do understand that. So that is our three major items. And let's say, well, let's give Lizoid his cookies, since Lizoid was first person in today. Welcome, Lizoid. Glad to have you here. Big welcome to our moderators: Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as others such as Joseph Fields, and possibly Lucas Snow. So thank you, wonderful moderators, for being here, being in the background and those things. Amelia says if it was Ruapehu or White Isle or similar, wouldn't be quite so concerned about it. And yes, I can understand that fully, Amelia. And Taupo, of course, is very, very dangerous in that sense. So we do have to kind of pay heed to what is going on there. Anyway, okay, I got more emails flying in here, left, right, and center. But anyway, before we get going too far here, before I say hi to everyone, I want to also introduce you to a channel that is streaming live from Mauna Loa. Well, from the Big Island, they are streaming Mauna Loa. And we'll get to that channel right now. So I'm going to remove our little thing there that says courtesy of 2 pineapples, and we will switch over to the other stream, and hopefully this will work. And I did back it up a little bit, and I don't need to put anything on the screen since Shane already has his thing on there. But Shane's Getting Handy is the YouTube channel. I am going to actually drop the link, copy, and we'll get it in there. I'm trying to type Shane's Getting Handy. There we go. And give you his link. And matter of fact, what I'm going to do for right now is we will replace the pin link so you guys can go there. Now, Shane apparently has 667 subscribers. We're trying to help Shane out to get him up and over that 1,000 mark, of course. That is that big milestone everyone tries to push for, to get into business, if you know what I'm saying. So, of course, this is from his home, and this is the view of Mauna Loa. And this was from earlier today. It is a live stream. It is running 24/7, but I did back it up and wanted to make sure that we caught some of this from earlier. And that is awesome. So if you guys haven't subscribed to Shane yet, please do consider doing that. And just to let you know, I want to thank our wonderful Swaney for bringing that to my attention. Now, I've actually been subscribed to Shane's Getting Handy for a long time. And I never realized that this is what popped up here. So that is an awesome looking shot, and hopefully we will get those subscribers in there for him and help him out grow his channel. And we love to see it get to 700, 750 today. Would be really, really cool. Waves at everyone that greeted me and greets those entering the channel. Excellent, Johnny. Anyway, on those notes, I'm going to say hi to everyone and welcome to all of you. And we'll start out with Henry Nelson and Johnny Gonzalez and Lizoid, of course, who got the cookies, and Swaney being here. And yes, you're welcome. And I hope Shane gets a few dozen subscribers out of here right away. Thank you, Sue Hayes, for being here. Amelia is also here. Amelia is shaken and hopefully not stirred yet, but she's shaken, and I can understand her anxieties right now with everything that is going on there with Taupo, all the earthquakes and tremors happening, and we'll get to that in a little while. Hermione Schaefer also here with a sleepy Fluffy, and Sarah Miles in the house. Karen is back. Welcome, Karen. John Raper made it in. Kevin Haynes also here. Billy Bob Joe, welcome. Cannon Aska's Country on board. Juliet also here. Kim Raudenbush, good evening. Glad to have you here, Kim. Going up a little bit more, looking for other names. Grandma B, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Gren Zed, if I didn't mention you yet, you are here. Welcome. And we got Amelia already going up. We got Kevin, John, Tom Dice with Bad Pepper. Pepper ate some cookies today. ones she wasn't supposed to have. Oh boy. Anyway, Liz Markman-Moyler, welcome back. Good to have you on board. And going up the list a little bit more, Sarah Miles is in the house. We got Hermie and we got Grandma B. Philomena, welcome back. Good to have you here. And Matt Jen Butzler, welcome back. Good to have you there. And let's see who else we've got. We got Sarah, we got Grand Zed, Henry. Okay, just scrolling up here looking for other names. Gets a little harder once we have a bunch of them listed already. And let's see, Tom Truelove, welcome. I don't think I said hi to you yet. Good to have you on board. And still scrolling up looking for others. And let's see, there was a few that took off to make dinner and stuff. I hope they make me something. We got Sue, we got Sarah Miles. Going up a little more looking for, who else we got? We got Karen already. And sliding up a little more, looking for other wonderful names, and going a little quicker now. If I do miss some, then we will get you in the end. Sandra Rockland, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Connie Tyree, also here. Welcome, Connie. And Billy Bob Joe, I think I got you already. And going up a little more, looking for other wonderful people. And let's see who else we've got in here. Kevin, we got Epically Epic. Welcome back, Epically Epic. Good to see you. And still scrolling upward, looking for more wonderful people. Not that you're all not wonderful. You're all wonderful. Chuckster is in the house. Welcome, Chuckster. And still scrolling up and looking for more. And Canonescus Country, welcome. And let's see, who else we got in here? That's up as high as I can get. And we already got Tom, we got Chuckster. Yep, we got all those there. If I did not call your name out, I do apologize. Scrolling up, sometimes we miss names, like Leo Carlson and Candica Love. Welcome. And let's see, who else did I miss? Big Toe is down on the bottom here. No pun intended, all right, Big Toe? Isn't that where the feet usually belong? Down on the bottom? Anyway, unless you got your feet up in the air, then you belong at the top. Bobby Bopper, or Buddy Bopper, welcome. Glad to have you here. And some of you probably the first time that you're here, so don't worry. Kim Raudenbush, geez, I show up and even the woodwork greets me. Knock on woodwork. Okay, knocks. Yeah, careful. The woodwork could hurt you though. You might get a splinter. You don't want to do that there, Kim. Never mind. Oh, Mummy of Hamsters also in the house. Good to have you here. And I think we're just about there. All right, let's... you're doing pretty good at names. Why, thank you, Canonescus Country. I try real hard. You know, some names like Leo, though, really throw me for a loop, especially when he's got his barbecue going. And that's what I thought was happening on that screen. But that's not Leo's barbecue. Anyway, getting back to what we do have on the screen, of course, that was from earlier today. And yes, that is actually moving, that picture. It is slow because we're watching from a distance. And of course, we're not seeing the actual lava popping out and stuff like that on the close-up cameras and that type of thing. But it is a very, very beautiful shot, and definitely gives you a good perspective of what is going on. So we do like it, and it is pretty awesome. So for those, like I say, if you haven't joined up with Shane's Getting Handy, it is worthwhile to pop in there, subscribe to that YouTube channel, and get those subscribers up for him. Of course, we're trying to help him out. He's a growing channel. He's got decent content, and By the way, this from him is actually coming in 1080p 60 frames, so that would be like a 2K situation. Anyway, better quality shots there, and that is pretty awesome. So very, very good there. Half asleep. Okay, Amelia, no worries. We understand you're stressed because of everything there, and you know, it's just try to relax and try to just be calm. And we do understand it is something that is quite worrisome, but just hang in there. It'll be okay. All right. And Kim says, I've already had a worse than a splinter. What? I've had to scrape iron shot from a sandblaster out of my epidermis. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I hope that wasn't today. That would be horribly bad. Little tidbit of advice there. I've had iron shavings embedded in the skin as well, and what we used was actually very strong magnets to pull those little shards out if they're just up in the upper layers. So it works. Yes, Astronomy Live with David Brewer. This is the surface of Venus. Yep. Shane's getting handy, had sent his probe there and is giving us a live feed. No, this is Mauna Loa, come on. Yeah. Not shavings, the sand, yeah, Venus is a little bit different. It's a little ways away, and we wouldn't have that good of a coverage, I don't think. But anyway, wanted to share that channel with you, and we'll leave him up there for a little while so you guys can peruse and enjoy that. So as far as we'll get into Hawaii stuff in a little bit. I think what we need to do is we need to go around and take a look at our other things that are going on. So let's pop over to Iceland and keep the ball rolling here. And Iceland did not have a very good day. They had a lot of clouds and stuff like this, so wasn't the prettiest time in Iceland. But hey, we'll go over that, and we'll let you take a look and be your own judge. When we look at this right now, that is present shot. It is 14 minutes after midnight there in Reykjavik, the capital city. And if we go back about 8 hours or so, you can see what I'm referring to about it being kind of not such a nice day. Really not very pretty out there, and that is what we've got. So, and that doesn't do us much good. This, of course, is the other shot, and let's get about 8 hours back on that as well, and just give you a kind of a gander at what it looks like, and there you go. And it really, I mean, it is a nice shot, but very gloomy and doomy and that kind of thing. And that is what it was like there in Reykjavik. That's 8 hours ago, by the way. So that would have put it back to about 4 p.m., you guys. And that's pretty gloomy for 4 p.m., eh? The sun was down already. Anyway, looking at the other one, we want to look and see if we can see Katla. And I can tell you already, because of the gloomy, cloudy skies, we're not going to see Katla at all. It should be back there somewhere in the fog. Even if we go back, there is really no clear spots that we could see. I wonder what this person is doing here. They're certainly not sightseeing. Because you can't see anything. Oh boy, that must have been his sightseeing tour gone bad. Johnny Gonzalez says, I want a high resolution photo of that city scene. You want a high-res photo of that city scene? Well, let me go back there. Which one? This one right here? Is that what you're saying? If you want a high-res photo, I will do this for you. I will drop the link, and you can go there and you can try getting that on your own. They do have it up to, I'm just trying to see what they'll go up to. Oh, now they got commercials. Oh, that's always nice. What about the other one? Yeah, I think a 1080p is the best that they can do. Let's see if the other one is finished with, no, play will after. They got commercials in there. Yeah, they put it back. Yeah, it was roughly about 8 hours ago is what I had done. So if you go back about 8 hours, you can see it. And there you go. There's the link for you in the chat, and you can right-click on that, open it in a new browser window, and take all the shots you want. I just wanted to see, one of these cameras went up a little higher. Yeah, no, this is just 1080p on this one. So that's as good as it gets, and that is from, of course, mbl.is, are the guys who have the cameras up on the Perlin Center there in Iceland. So very awesome, very cool. And let's carry on here, and of course we had a look at that. So we know that we're not going to be able to see anything over at Katla today. But that's okay. We'll leave it be, and I'm going to put that back on live. We can't even, we barely see the lights down there in the valley. It must have cleared a little bit because you couldn't see these earlier. But that's all right. We'll leave that, and we'll go on. We want to go to the harmonic tremor chart. And I'm happy about the harmonic tremor chart today. There is our harmonic tremor chart, and that is for Fraga del Fiol. It is working, continuing to work, and it had a beautiful earthquake very close by. So something is telling us that things are happening there. Let's refresh and see if it has changed much. There it is right there. And of course they are going into the next day, boy oh boy, into the first already. I think that chart has gone a little too far, or am I missing something? Oh, it quit again, darn it. That's what it's going on, it quit. Grumble, grumble, I'm not happy anymore. Anyway, I thought for sure this thing was working, but okay, let's not worry about that. We'll go sneak down, take a look at the Grindavik one really quickly, and we'll look at the other ones afterwards. Anyway, we do see the Grindavik one did spike up and then leveled out, and there was some ups and downs. So there is something going on in that area, which is quite interesting. I do want to slide up and take a look at the Astja one up in the top here, and we'll see that one really quickly. Oh, I think I passed it. There is the Astja chart, and there we see it's pretty steady as she goes. We did go up a little bit with all this earthquake activity and leveled out, so pretty steady right now. Not going to have an eruption there. Sliding down, back down, I want to go to Grimsey, and of course Grimsey is the island way up north, and that is usually a good indicator of what is going on up there. So there we go, Grimsey, and Grimsey's pretty steady, holding regular steadiness down on the bottom here. I don't think we've got anything major going on at Grimsey. Let's have a peek at Herdebreed very quickly, and where's Herdebreed? And Herdebreed's still broken, so we're not going to worry about Herdebreed for right now. If this is current, that is kind of weird looking, but we'll see what happens. And of course, the other one that we want to look at is Krisvik. And Krisvik is right in here somewhere. And there we go. And that is usually a good indicator of what is happening over in Eruption as well. And we see that, yeah, it went down, went up, went down, went back up. And it is on an uptick right now. So hopefully we'll see what happens and continue on with that. Let's go over to the earthquakes. We're going to take a look at how many earthquakes we had and what we've got going on there in Iceland right now. And there's some happy quakes and some not so happy quakes. 38 quakes in total for today in the last 24 hours anyway. So that's really not that many, and we are okay with that. But let's start out at the top here. There's the island of Grimsey, and there you can see it a little bit better. If we zoom in even more, you can see houses and runways, and they do have roads. But if you take a car, you ain't going to get very far. You get from here is the furthest point south, and of course that is the furthest point north. The rest you gotta walk. It's a trail. Anyway, that is okay. We'll zoom back out. Gonna grab some of these quakes. 1.34, 12.8 kilometers down, 5:40 a.m. on that guy. That's the closest one to Grimsey. Then we've got a magnitude 1 here, 7.1 kilometers down, and that was from 1940. And then we've got a couple stacked up here, 1.57, 9.98 kilometers down, just about 10. 1454 was the time on that one. Then we've got a 1.3, 7.2 kilometers down, 1448 for him. Then we have another magnitude 1 over here, 5.2 kilometers down at 2350, very fresh. And not seeing too much else. Nothing in between. Getting down the sides here a little bit. Of course, this is where Asja is located, right in here, and that is the volcano Asja. And we aren't seeing anything right at Asja, but we do see a few over here at Herdebrede, and this one here, 0.8, 1.1 kilometers down from 2031. We'll grab this other guy over here. That's actually a Bardabunga already cheated. I shouldn't have gone down there. 2018 was the time on it. 1.2 in magnitude, 7.6 kilometers down. But let's go take a look at these few around here. We've got a 1.2 in magnitude, 4.3 kilometers down from 1812, 0.1, very small, 4.9 kilometers down from 2349. Today, and then we'll grab some of these. 0.9, 5.9 kilometers down, 2336 for him. Next one over, 0.44, 4.4 kilometers down, 32 minutes after midnight for that guy on the 30th, of course, and not in the future yet. Anyway, 1841, and that is a 0.5, 6.2 clicks down. Then we've got a 0.392 kilometers down at 7:46 a.m. And that's right around Herdebrede, and there's Herdebrede itself. So in the past, we've had quite a few quakes in this area, and we had uplift over here, but that seems to have subsided somewhat. We already got these two. Let's carry on. We got a 0.38 over here, and that is only 76 meters down, 5:37 a.m. For this 0.38. Kind of scary. And then getting over here, Grimsvatn is right there, and that is 1.83 in magnitude, 2.9 kilometers down, 1540 was the time on it. Then we've got a little further south here, 0.96, 48 meters down, and that is 11:04 is the time on it this morning, Iceland time. We've got two sitting down here, 0.76, 5.8 clicks down, 6:16 a.m. And this 0.99, 446 meters down, 8:59 a.m. for him. And sliding over, looking at what we got at Katla, we have a 2.02, 85 meters down at 7:30 this morning. And of course, there's the unspeakable name, and that of course is from 2347.6 in magnitude, 3.3 kilometers down for him. And I don't dare try saying that name again. I messed it up yesterday. Kevin Haynes, thank you very kindly for gifting that one membership. Kevin Haynes. And thank you. And for those who are not opted in on the memberships, click on the membership banner that he just put up there. And on the bottom of it, it will say accept gift memberships. You put that button over, and there we go. Ramona Gray was gifted that. Welcome, Ramona Gray, and glad to have you on board. A Mile High Cabachon, hope I said that right. Show of the Hawaii volcano. Right now we're doing Iceland, sir. And we will get back to the Hawaii volcano soon. We are doing a bunch of volcanoes, not just Hawaii on this show, just so you understand that. Hope you will hang around, though. Would be nice. Anyway, moving on here, so we got that one out of the way. This one up by Hecla, magnitude 1.42 and 31 meters down for him. And then we get over here towards Krusevik. This is actually no, that's not Krusevik. Krusevik is here. But we get over here. We got some brand new ones, all small. I'm not going to go through a heck of a lot of them. 0.26.5 kilometers down and 22.55 for him. That 0 is 5.2 clicks down, 22.12. We'll get this bigger one here, 0.6, 900 meters down. 1737, that's all right. But let's move on and go over here. We had a few more quakes in our wonderful area. This is where Ragnar is, and the Siggy Fisher, of course, here in Fragadalfjall. And there we go. We had a 0.76, 700 meters, or sorry, 70 meters down, 5:51 a.m. Then we've got this 1.64, very close to K Lear, 4.1 kilometers down, 1:02 a.m. and a 0.82, 2.9 kilometers down from 2:03 a.m. There. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what is going on. The fact that we've got these here is a happy thought. So that is definitely something that if we continue to see more building up here, that will be an indicator that we've got more magma intruding, and that will make us all happy. Anyway, and that is about it for, I forgot the big one up top here. We should grab that one too. It is a 3.76, 10 kilometers down, 6:23 a.m. is what we've seen there. So just wanted to show that one real quick as well. And that was a little further up off the scope till I zoomed out. So as you can see, you can't really see it till you pull that map down. And that is kind of it. It is break time, you guys. So I am going to put you back on that Hawaiian volcano. And that is where we're going to do it. We'll get over there right now. And of course, we've got this stream for those who haven't gone there yet. Shane's Getting Handy is the guy who was doing this particular stream. This was from earlier today, of course. But we also have the one from Two Pineapples, and what we're going to do is actually we'll switch between them during the breaks. This one we'll leave it right now. We'll come back to it for the next break. For right now, we will show Two Pineapples, and there it is. That is from this morning, and of course that is what we were seeing It is a beautiful sight. There you can see some of the lava that is traveling there. And wow, that's off the scale of Mauna Loa. Yep, you bet. When we come back from the break, I will show you the video from a USGS material that I actually put together. So that will be interesting as well. A few of you watched it, about 250 of you. Let me put Two Pineapples name back on the bottom so we get proper credit for the footage here. So on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, help us out, give it a quick bop. If you are enjoying the show, by all means do that. If you're sitting on the outside and you haven't jumped in yet, please thanks, and just like to help out. Okay. Anyway, enjoy the stuff on our interlude here while I'm on break, and we will be back. So if you happen to see lava monsters or lava workers or anything like that, make a note. This is awesome stuff. And also, if you haven't subscribed to Two Pineapples, I do recommend that you do that as well. And you can type that name in to any search there in YouTube, and just two, and then pineapples, just like what's up there on the screen, and that'll work for you. And on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in very cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away, you guys. Keep smiling. Here comes some music if we can get it rolling. I'll be back. And that microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you're watching a VolcanoX, a live stream. And thank you, welcome back, Doc, the Lava Whisperer. Thanks, Leo. Thank you, Hermione and Kevin and Sue and let's see, Philomena and John Raper, and that is excellent. Thank you, everyone, for the welcome backs. I'm surprised Sharon Stewart didn't say I hear you. She's probably busy doing something. Maybe singing. And Robert Frary also says no lava bunnies to report. Okay, no bunnies. I do see some footprints out there, though. It is still snowing like a banshee out there, and it is one of those things. John saying I hear you. Awesome. Awesome. Anyway, I did say I was going to play that other video that I put together, and that was all of the USGS stuff. Let's get rid of that little banner down on the bottom and let this rip. It does have a little bit of volume to it, and I'll let it play. I think that looks pretty cool. Those plumes are absolutely fantastic. Welcome, Trevor, Wonky Donkey. And all of this is actually from yesterday, so it's all day 2 footage. Awesome lava. Bulldozer style. Okay, so that is what I had put together earlier today, and I hope you guys enjoyed that. How tall was that, Doc? Oh, hang on, I got more noise. I gotta shut that noise off. Oops. Let's skip those ads. We don't need ads. Huh. What do they think? I'm gonna make money on it? 76 cents or something? Oh, anyway, yeah, how tall, roughly? Well, USGS reported that is somewhere between 100 to 200 feet in height as far as the plumes coming out of there. So what we were kind of observing yesterday was exactly that, guesstimating somewhere between 1 and 200 feet, 60 meters or thereabouts. Who is the mailman? somewhere in Hawaii. What? I have a friend who is a mailman somewhere in Hawaii. Oh, a mailman on the Big Island, a mile high? That's a question. Anyway, so yeah, the lava plumes up to 60 meters, 70 meters at the most is what we were seeing coming out of there. And there is a lot of interesting flows. And it's really quite unique because, of course, Hawaii has several different types of lava that come out of these volcanoes. Some starts out as lava, a very rough material like what we're seeing on the screen right now. That acts very slow, moves very slowly, but it is like a bulldozer. There is no stopping it. And the other one, of course, is Pauhoi lava, which is a very runny and material that will pick up speed going down the hill really, really quickly. So a couple of meters for flow edge. Oh, yep. Not sure how tall the lava was when it was going there, but we're guessing somewhere around 20-25 feet in some of those lava walls moving forward. And that, of course, would be somewhere around 5, 6, 7 meters maybe at the most, that kind of thing. So pretty cool. Leo Carlson saying good night all. It's off to work I go. Appreciate you all. Thanks, Dr. Fox, and all the mods. Oink, oink. Take care, Leo. Safe day at work, and enjoy your day. Hopefully everything will be good there for you. Anyway, let's carry on with our other wonderful stuff. We're going to leave Hawaii be for right now. We are going to go over to Sicily, and there's Sicily. Isn't that a lovely picture? Oh, let's see if we can fix that up a little bit. You see a little red spot right there. Well, it doesn't even look red right now, but if we go back a little bit, it was a little more red. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, kind of red. Their camera is out of focus. At nighttime, that camera doesn't work very well. If we go back to during the day, unfortunately, they have a very, very large amount of clouds and stuff sitting there. By the way, take a look at the amount of snow on Mount Etna. This is absolutely incredible. There is a lot of snow there, but that's really not what I want to show you. I want to show you this. And of course, this is the time lapse I made up this morning. You can see the lava in the middle of the screen there. That is the vent at 2,800 meters. That is extruding lava right now. We do also know that at the top of the mountain, there has been some lava noted up at the very top vent as well now. So Mount Etna will, in all likelihood, if it keeps going, will start producing some lava. But again, I want to remind everyone how much snow is sitting on there right now, and that can be detrimental if this thing goes. We would see a lot of lahars coming down the hill, and that is not what we want. YK will have to bring her snowshoes when she goes on Friday. Yes, and our wonderful Yvonne Kunkel is headed there on Friday. So today's Wednesday, less than 48 hours before she's on her way to beautiful Mount Etna. And they will be doing their thing. And of course, Yvonne is a volcanologist, so that is her occupation. She will be climbing around through the snowbanks and hopefully staying safe, and that's what we want. Anyway, I wanted to share that with you. Anyway, other than getting that shot out of there, it was very, very hard to see any of it today. Because of the amount of clouds. Welcome, Silicone Avatar 84. Glad to have you back in the channel. Nice to see you. MG 2431 also made it in. Welcome. And Non-Stick Mick, welcome. Glad to have you here. And let's see, did I miss anyone else sneaking in the door? We got Grenzed earlier. And I'm sure there's a few of you that snuck in that I missed. But welcome to all of you, and glad to have you all on board here today. Anyway, let's continue on with what we were looking at. I wanted to throw this over here. Let me see if I got that on the right spot. Need to get that one on. There we go. And of course, this is, talking about what we had going on there in Sicily. And of course, here's the actual location where it's coming out of. And going down, if we click on that, it gets a little bigger, but not by much. Anyway, a short lava flow from northeast flank of the southeast crater. Image Etna News. So that is what we were seeing there. And this has also been observed via a satellite shot. So a satellite image shows the thermal anomaly at Etna today. And that is from Copernicus Sentinel-2. And you can definitely see where that lava flow was. And of course, unfortunately, the clouds are right over top of the very top here. And you don't see that other little spot. But it is just a little spot for right now. And not sure what's going to happen in the near future. But we definitely can see that guy right there. And that is at about 2,800 meters. So very, very cool to see that. If we go on and take a look, here's your seismicity chart, just to give you a pretty good idea of what's going on. We did see that spike up. That's probably where that eruption actually happened. And things are dropping back down here. So, it's always so unpredictable with these volcanoes to see what is going to happen next. And fingers crossed that we are going to see something decent pop out of it. Anyway, for those who need to know, there's some stats. What is this? Stratovolcano currently 3,329 meters in height. And that is pretty cool. And it is at a minor activity or eruptive warning 3 out of 5 level there. So pretty cool. And let's see, anything there else that we need to know? You can always go to volcanodiscovery.com and type in Mount Etna yourself and have a look at all that information. Actually, what we can do is probably drop the link, so I'm just going to do that real quick. And if anyone wants it, there you go. There's a very big long link, and you can take a look at that on your own. Anyway, let's carry on to other volcanoes. I'm going to put this back so I know where I am. Put it back to live. Unfortunately, we don't have a very good live shot. It is 1:54 a.m. there, and it's out of focus, and there's nobody there to focus the camera. They're sleeping, and that is what happens. How dare they sleep at night? What do they think they are, eh? Anyway, I'm trying to get that screen back on there in the right shape here. Why is that not working? Something happened. We need to fix this. Let's see. Oh, I turned that guy off. I turn this one off. There we go. Now we got it. All right, 5 minutes. Thank you, Tom. That is all cool. Next volcano on our list, and that one, of course, is going to be in the dark, and that is going over to the Azores. And there we have... I'm waiting on the computer to switch that screen. It will eventually, hopefully. I did click it. Let's click it one more time. Let's see. There we go. And you can see down here, that is the harbor lights. There's a town there. And today you can see the lights over on Pico Island. This is a strait in between here. That's all water. It's about 18 kilometers across. For those who aren't familiar with that, this is what it looks like during daylight hours. That is not from today though. Just a shot I used so you can see what's going on. And of course you can see Pico volcano over on Pico Island. That big tall thing sticking up through the clouds. Yes, that's a volcano. Also referred to as Mount Montana. Taupo, Torpur just shook another 4.3, 9 kilometers down. Oh boy, that is not good. Let's finish off the Azores. We're going to have a quick peek at Torpur. Oh, that'll be interesting, Granzed. Anyway, that is all cool. The other one we usually look at is this little cove. So let's go have a peek at that, see how much white water is splashing in, if any. And we really don't see a heck of a lot in that thing right now in the dark here. So pretty safe to say that if you're out on a smaller vessel, you'll be okay. Anyway, let's go over to the quake map and take a look. And whoa, again, on our quake map, we are not seeing anything on São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. This is the area that most of them have popped up in, but we're not seeing any right there today. I'm going to make that a little bit bigger, and hang on, that's the wrong one. This one, there we go. That should be a little bigger, and we don't see anything else happening in there. Unfortunately, like I say, this map only shows what's happening on São Jorge. Let's use the other one though. We have this one. I am going to refresh this map so we can see what is going on there now in the area. Make that bigger and bigger. There we go. So looking at what we've got there, of course, is São Jorge. There is Pico Island, Fayal Island, Tercel Island. And this, of course, is the East Azores fault. And we do see this one 22 hours ago, 2.5 in magnitude. When we click on it, we can see it's 12 kilometers down, or 7.5 miles. So fairly deep, but it is there. And then we slide down, and we see down here, we've got 4 hours ago, we had this guy, 2.7. And that is, let's see, surface quake. That is pretty cool. Anyway, let's take a look at, there's one more here, 23 hours ago at 2.1. And that is also a surface quake. And when we refer to a surface there, we know that that is underwater. So we're talking the surface of the ocean. We don't see anything else along the East Azores ridge, or fault, I should say, and that is kind of it for there. So I'm going to put that back onto where it is. I can always find it later. And next volcano will be, well, actually, let's sneak away here for a second. Let's go over and take a look at the earthquakes at Taupo. And GG translation only have anglicized old Taupo pronunciation. Taupo? That sounds like something from Star Trek. Romulan. No, not Romulan. Vulcan. They're Vulcans down there in New Zealand. And that's not a bad thing. Anyway, let's take a look at the other map that we like looking at. And of course, this one is the EM map, EMSC, that we're using. And let's zoom in and have a peek and see what we've got for quakes. at Taupo, and I hope I am saying it correctly. Anyway, you're wondering where the volcano is. There it is. It's in the lake. We've had a 5.4 there earlier today. We also had a 4.4, and then they've had multiple other ones, 3.5, 3.4, another 3.9, this guy 3.0. So yeah, 3.1, 3.0. Lots of quakes happening there, and that is something that is a little on the scary side. 3.3, a little further out. And of course, when you kind of look at it from this angle, you get the idea. This thing is massive. It has not erupted for a long, long time. So, torpor. I don't see any R's in there, so how do they get the torpor out of it? I guess it must be just like Icelandic. They add noises in that system that we don't know about. Anyway, there we go. We see what it is. Piñata. Piñata is an important import from Mexico. A fun thing for birthday parties and holidays. And yes, you beat that piñata with a big stick, and the candy will fall out after, right? Just got to make sure that you keep the kids far enough away that they don't get whacked with the stick. Anyway, and that is it. We're going to go take a break. I'm going to put you back on some lava. Oh, hang on. That was kind of neat. I should have pointed that out to you as well. I'll point that out afterwards. Let's put you back on to Hawaii's lava flows, and that, of course, is from this morning from our wonderful friends at Two Pineapples. Actually, I was going to swap. Let's see if we can put that over to Shane's. Where did that go? I gotta find it. There's the lava. And nope, not that one. How about this one? And we'll let that one go. So this one is from this morning as well. And that is, of course, Mauna Loa. You can see the clouds slowly moving and so on. Beautiful view there. So kind of lovely. Anyway, I'm going to go take a break, you guys, and when we come back from the break, we'll have bacon seeds. So keep smiling for those who are new, and you'll find out what bacon seeds are once we get at it. And very soft R. Okay, yeah, tarpor. Okay, I'll have to listen to the New Zealand type language there and see how they actually pronounce that. That'll be interesting. Tower. Oh boy. Now you got me all messed up, Grenzed. Grenzed? Or is it Greenzed? Greenzed? Boy, that's really going to mess with me. Anyway, for those good people who have not yet subscribed to Shane's Getting Handy, give him a shot. The guy has a 24/7 live camera set up there. And just to show you what it's like right now, we'll actually show you the live shot. This is what we're seeing right now. So that's why I've backed up a whole bunch here, and I'll let you guys watch this about 9 hours and 15 minutes ago or thereabouts. It gives you a better view, better idea of the lavaliness of their fine work. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you're watching VolcanoX. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so with our wonderful bacon seeds. Don't go away, guys. And are you making a paper mache donkey? No donkeys. No donkeys were harmed in the making of this video. I promise. I promise, seriously. No donkeys were harmed. Okay. Kimmy Lambert, welcome. And I'm off on a break, so I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks for joining in. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. Kevin Haynes, thank you for gifting another membership. That is awesome. Brainworms, I never heard of you, but congratulations on receiving that 1 month free membership from wonderful Kevin Haynes that gifted that. That is awesome. Thank you for the welcome backs from Philomena and Sue Hayes, as well as Kevin Haynes and I guess a few other people, but we'll get to those in a minute or two or three. But anyway, let's get on. We want to take a look at bacon seeds. So that is this time of show. And for those who aren't familiar with bacon seeds, of course, we have kind of built a tradition with this, the only show that has bacon seeds in general. And thank you, DJ. We got you. And we, of course, you know, when you see lava going down a hill, it looks like bacon, especially at nighttime. And that is pretty awesome to see. But of course, way back in the shows in the Icelandic days that we used to do, of course, the thing is, the question came along, where does bacon come from? And of course, it came from bacon seeds. And hence, we kind of carried on with a little bit of a tradition. And bacon seeds are little tiny pigs. We love it, though. It's lots of fun. Anyway, there is yesterday's last one that was inspecting and looking at all the Christmas gifts that are under the tree for him. Let's take a look and see what else Piggy brought us today. There she typed in and sent that email. This is our next one. And that looks like a real fuzzy one, dressed up in a, I guess it would be a fuzzy parka. Looks pretty awesome and kind of cute, a little bit on the fuzzy side, but good nonetheless. We do like that. Our next bacon seed is this fella, and that is, of course, another little guy, all done up in a Christmas cheer there, sitting on the couch with some roses and Christmassy things. So pretty cool to see. And let us get on to our next bacon seed. And whoa, hang on. How did that get in there? That is not a bacon seed. That is a bunny rabbit. And I don't care what anybody says. I can tell the difference. It is an imposter, yes. Somebody who tried to get into the show. They just wanted to be there. So that's an awful cute looking bunny, though. You gotta admit. Can someone please buy me my own island with a big safe castle on it? I don't know about that, Trev. But anyway, I would say Scotland. Yep. Hey, Easter Bunny, take that off. Next, bacon seed, hopefully. And, oh, it's an invasion of bunnies. I guess they gotta have Christmas too, you guys. So, somehow, they smuggled themselves into our bacon seeds. And that is another cute, wonderful bunny. And we, bewildered bunnies, you bet. Brand new island with a self-building a volcano ER castle available in the South Pacific. Yes, a home reef volcano is the primary event there. We'll be happy to sell you a few acres there, Trevor. And let's get to the next bacon seed. And we're back to bacon seeds. And look at the smirky smile on this one. This is your stocking stuffer. And of course, you will enjoy him. And that is always cute. And he is a little on the fuzzy side, too. So definitely All good. No pins or sticks. Yep, you don't want to be pinned. And next one is this last one here, and that is traipsing through the cut grass. Obviously, this is a smart little piggy living somewhere where there is still green grass growing, and that is awesome. So that is our bacon seeds for today, you guys. So let's leave it there, and let's go over and have a look at other volcanoes. And we will go next to Popocatépetl, and that of course is in Mexico. And of course, let's see if it'll go over there. Popocatépetl is exhibiting a gray factor right now, and trying to go back a little bit in the 12 hours that we've got here. We'll see what it looked like. This is about 2.5 hours ago approximately. There we can see some interesting cloud formation on top. We don't see anything pluming out at that point in time though. And it was kind of a weird day there with the clouds blowing in from the opposite side, not from the usual left to right. It was moving from right to left for a while, and kind of threw me for a loop. Anyway, this is going 5.25 hours back. Doesn't look all that tough. And when we go back even further, we do notice that they had a lenticular cloud trying to develop on top of it. So that is pretty cool. Yep, Johnny, you're right. Popocatépetl. Popocatépetl, and that is what we were seeing earlier this morning. That was at 9:38. And if we go back a bit further, that lenticular cloud was sitting a little bit more on top. You can see the wonderful layers in it, but that is kind of the spot where things were left off at. And this is a little further back. You can see the cloud development there. 7:08 a.m. We didn't see much coming out of the top of that volcano at all. And even if we move into the nighttime views, this is about 13.5 hours ago. Lots of stars. 5:40 a.m. If you take a look in the sky, you'll probably see stars moving. And no, those aren't UFOs. Those are satellites. And that is what it was looking like earlier today. And not much happening. So Popocatépetl didn't have any major eruptions. I'm just trying to see if we can actually hit the golden time here, or was that in clouds? I think that was in clouds. But it did have some neat layering there, and definitely from a distance you would have been able to see the lenticular cloud. Let's actually go over to the other camera view, and they did have some weird stuff going on there. Let's see if there we go, and there you can see it, and that is kind of a weird cloud movement that we see for Popocatépetl. Anyway, we'll leave that be. I'm going to put that back on live. I'm not going to beat that to death. It doesn't have that much value. Here we are over at a very shaky Mount Fuego, and that is of course in Guatemala. If we go back even just a few minutes, we see that it was not quite completely buried in the clouds. I want to back that up a little bit so we can see it pop out. There you go. And that of course is what we see from Fuego in Guatemala. It is continuing to do its thing. It is erupting continuously. So pretty cool to see that. Mars 2028 says, hi, I'm on my lunch break and now. The lava cookies were a big hit at work. Most of them are already gone. Excellent, Mars 2028. That'll keep people happy, and they'll like that idea. Anyway, that is what was happening this morning. If we go back a couple times here, there's a couple of very big ones that we want to see. This one here at just, what is it, 8 minutes after. I had it written down as 9 minutes after. Should be somewhere around here where it really popped really well. I'm going to advance it. And let's see. Maybe I'm off with my time a bit. There we go. Oops. Okay, from there, you see it. That one, that eruption had, you see how big some of those chunks are. You got to remember, we're 7 miles away on another mountain looking at this mountain. And the reason the camera is shaking is we are up at over 10,000 feet with the camera. And it is windy as all get out up there. So that is Fuego, and it continued to throw out some very lavely lava, and we love seeing that. Unfortunately, it's not in color. It is in black and white or thermal, black and white with IR. So that is pretty outstanding to see that type of a shot coming out of it. And you definitely don't want to be a volcanologist up on that hill when it's doing one of those. Those chunks, some of them are coming out of there, are the size of buses, just so you get the idea. They're not small, and that is pretty wild. Anyway, if we go back and see where it was in the color times here, I'm trying to get to a certain one here, and I want to see if there was some lava showing. This was when it was still in color before it switched to black and white, and we might be able to see a little bit of lava there. But I don't think this was as intense of an eruption. It was more like just letting off some gas when we seen this. And that is right at sunset time, and that is about 15 minutes earlier than what we had seen there. And let's see if we had another one here. There was, yeah, there it is. That's the one I wanted to get to. This one here should be, let's back that up. There we go. And unfortunately, we're not seeing the red colors that we love to see. And that, of course, is lava. But the speed at which this comes out, one of the things that we do want to keep in mind is always take a look for lightning bolts. And on occasion, you see a lightning, volcanic lightning within these clouds. Although Fuego doesn't have a very high moisture count when it's throwing stuff out. So that is part of the problem. If it had more moisture in it, we'd see a more lightning. But there is a lot of off-gassing happening and so on with it. If we go back further, it was hit and miss in between the clouds. And let's see if we can get this guy here. I just want to back that up a little bit. Yeah, it's not going to be visible because of the clouds in the way. Anyway, we'll move that ahead. There you can see it, what it looks like during the daytime, putting out a lot of ash and material. You see how dark those clouds are. So you know there's a lot of pyroclasts in there, a lot of tephra, etc. And that is very gassy material as well on top of that. Getting back a little bit more, we did have some visibility. Oh, there was a second poof coming out of that. Not a big one this time around. At least it didn't look all that large. And we did have a fairly clear shot here. This one did come out fairly speedy-like. But again, we're not seeing, because it's so bright out, it is extremely hard to see the actual active lava. One of the things, though, that you do notice in this shot, you see how the lighter color right here, that's material that is dropping over the edges, and that is pretty cool. Anyway, lots of dirt and grime and ash and everything else inside of that. So that is pretty cool to see. Ash fallout at the edge, you bet. Lots of ash. And that is what we kind of noticed with that. Anyway, let's see if we can get back to the very, very more early morning hours here. And this one was about 11 hours ago. And that would be 8:30 a.m. Their time. I'm trying to advance it to the spot where it popped. Let's back that up. There we go. And you did see a little bit of lava in there, but not a heck of a lot. And that is what it did this morning. So nothing super fancy, but it is there doing its thing. We did like it, and that is pretty awesome to see that. And let's leave that be, and that I'm going to put it back on live. And right now, of course, they've got some cloud conditions again. This is not unusual for a volcano that is 12,364 feet tall. Anyway, I will carry on, take a quick peek over at Momotombo. And that picture was from today of Momotombo, but their camera broke and it didn't cycle through and give us any more pictures. That means we can actually see the volcano and see the off-gassing, of course, right there. That's what's coming out of the top of it. Unfortunately, we can't see the top and we don't see any lava. And Momotombo is continuing its thing. Next one is, of course, this guy. And apparently that didn't refresh either. Let's see if we can refresh it. That is Messiah in Nicaragua. And that caldera, of course, down on the bottom here. Usually you see the portion of the lava down on the bottom. You don't want to fall into this one. You're not going to ever get out. Let's refresh and see if it'll show us. There it is. And that is what we wanted to see. We do see the lava down in the bottom of it, and like I say, you don't want to fall in there. That's a long way down. And let's see, I have this going here, and this is Villarrica, and down in Chile. And Villarrica, of course, is continuing to do its thing. So we'll have a better look at that. There is the caldera up top. You have a temperature reading of what is it? 1,043.4 degrees Celsius. So whatever that works out to in Fahrenheit, quite hot. And that is the plume that's coming out of the caldera, and that, of course, it continues to do its thing. And that is Villarrica in central Chile area. So pretty cool. That one is only 9,300 feet tall, or 2,847 meters. And right now it stands as a 3 out of 5 with minor activity or eruptive warning. And that one has a whole list of eruptions that you can follow through. If you go to volcanodiscovery.com and type in Villarrica, you will be able to get to that page as well. It is break time again, so I did say we were going to pop back and forth. I'm going to put this back on Popocatépetl first, so I know where I left it. That way I can always find that screen. You know, the gray one. Anyway, let us doing. I was wondering why everyone seems to be so, what? Seems to be so, It's like a big red target painted on my asset. Why have you got the red tin of paint on your desk? I don't have a pin. No. There's nothing on my desk. Seriously, wonky donkey, what are you talking about? there is something that you need to understand. We enjoy having fun. There are no subliminal messages going out here as saying anything of the sort. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. Oh, check the email. Pinata Donkey. That is pretty cool. Please be kind to the donkey. I'm going to put this back over onto our wonderful Two Pineapples location, though. So give me a second to find the right one. And we will move that ahead a little bit and continue on. What happened there? That didn't work. We'll continue on. He's got ads in there. Let's go back to the other one for a second while the ads are playing. And then we'll get it going. I just, no, Philomena, you can't say that word. That's a bad word. There's kids watching this show, so we understand what you mean, though. Anyway, yeah, poor donkey, wonky donkey. I'm sure you'll be okay. It's all right. Anyway, we're not going to chase you out with any big sticks. Pele has arrived. Silversmith, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Anyway, for those who have not yet joined in and signed up with Shane's Getting Handy, Shane's Getting Handy is pinned up in the top of the chat box. If you haven't subscribed to his channel yet, he is doing a 24/7 live feed, and this is what this is. Although we've backed it up to this morning because otherwise the feed is just showing daytime gray stuff of clouds and things like that. But this is from earlier this morning, and it looked very, very nice to be able to see that. But let's put you back to our wonderful Two Pineapples here. And speaking of them, there they are on the screen. And that is all cool, and they will disappear in mere seconds. But great to have them on, and great to have them over there doing their thing in the mornings. Very, very cool. Thank you, Kevin Haynes, for bringing up that 1,043 degrees is 910 degrees Fahrenheit. That is plenty warm. All right, you guys, I'm going to leave it there. Let's see if we can move that just a little bit further. There they are showing the lava as well as other stuff. Doc, really, you think that the kids these days... okay, yeah, Philomena, that is your opinion, but we will not... show those words here. We keep a clean chat, all right? Simple as that. And that's the end of that discussion, Philomena. Thank you. And on that friendly note, we will carry on and throw some more music in here. Don't go away, you guys. Lots more to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And we'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks. Okay, I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And always good to be here, hopefully. And we've got our situation rectified. Thank you, Arizona Snowman. And that was appropriate. And that's all good. And thank you, Hermione and Oh Mummy of Hamster saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. Thank you, Sue Hayes. Thank you, Kevin Haynes. Thank you for the welcome back. And Sharon Stewart saying I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And thank you for that. And that is awesome. Quick note, one of the things people may be saying, hey, why is it so fuzzy? And part of the problem when you are shooting at a lava fountain that is behind a bunch of lava flows, you may notice that there is some distortion in the thing. Okay, gone. Okay, Philomena, that is absolutely rude, and you're out of here. And hide. There we go. When you use that type of profanity in here, you are done. Goodbye, and don't bother coming back because that is just not acceptable. It may be to you, but it is not to me or any of the others in here. So kindly go away. You're out. And yeah, you know, it was just a timeout that you got, and you couldn't understand it, and it's some reason that you want to provoke and pester and torment us here, and we don't do that. So, Philomena, Chimera, have a nice day. Anyway, let's carry on with the show since that disturbance is gone. And, of course, our next one on the list is, of course, hang on, not Sakurajima yet. We are still supposed to go over to Taupo. No, not Taupo. I did have a Taupo earthquake on the map, the earthquake map there. I want to get that link out for you guys before I forget to do that. And, of course, that is from a GeoNet, and we're going to copy that, and we will paste this in here, and you guys can go have a look at that map yourself, and that indicates what is going on there in New Zealand, and that gives you a pretty good idea where those little quakes are all located, and that is pretty good. And of course, for monitoring, they do have all kinds of graphs and charts in there as well, and you are welcome to peruse those, and that is that link I just dropped for you, and hopefully that is all good. Hey, Wyo John, welcome. Glad to have you back. Anyway, you can see that they do have quite a bit of seismic activity going on there, and that is something that is of interest for those good people that are here. Anyway, let's take a look at Merapi and see what Merapi is doing, and hiding behind clouds. There is Merapi, kind of, and that's good. 37 minutes ago, and that is what we were seeing, and that is of course on 8:09 a.m. so that is what we had there. If we go back a bit further, we see a little bit better, and 6:55 a.m. a lot of activity up top. Still waiting for this thing to pop or collapse at any point in time. Time for lava fix, Wyo John. You're welcome to come and get one. And let's welcome to Kathy, or Aloha, I should say. So good to have you on board. And Sharon Stewart, of course, being in here. Nice to have you back. Pinhole, playing hide and seek. Kevin Haynes, yeah, it is. It does that. I don't know why, but when we go back a little bit further, they had a fairly clear shot of it, and there it is, and that looks a little bit better. 6:37 this morning at their time, out in the sunshine, and we do see some hot material there as it is steaming off. Dr. Fox or Arizona Snowman or Mods, how do you opt in to gift subs? Okay, Billy Bob Joe, when the gift banner comes up, if somebody gives a gift, what happens is you click on that, and you'll see at the bottom of that, it will tell you to turn it on. It says opt in. You just slide it over and turn it on. And it's pretty quick to turn it on. You may not get that particular gift, somebody else might, but that is where you can turn that feature on. And so if you see the banner come up, click on it, and you should be able to see it and be able to pop it over to turn that function on. Turn my heating on. Okay, DJ. Anyway, that is what we were seeing from our wonderful Merapi this morning, and going back, it was really in the clouds for the most part, you know, all the duration of their night, so not very good looking as we see right there, and going back a little bit more, so that's kind of what we've got. I'm going to put that one back on live, and we will take a look over here in New Zealand, and this is Ruapehu, and Mount Ruapehu, of course, playing hide and go seek with us as well in the clouds, and unfortunately I don't believe we're going to see it today. It's fairly far in the background, back there somewhere, and yeah, it's cloud covered. I'm just trying to go back even further back. It was even grayer than the stuff. So yeah, we're not going to see a Mount Ruapehu today, unfortunately, and that is kind of what we've got, and that is what it is there right now. 14:50 is the time in New Zealand, and yeah, no visibility, unfortunately. So that is what we've got. I'm going to put it back on here. Let's go over to our next volcano. Let's put it back on here for a second. Actually, yeah, I want to get to Semeru. It did have a couple of things happening, so let's see if we can get them to come back up. And we'll leave that there for half a sec or two, and see if this will pop up on the screen for me. It's a little slow for those ones. There we go. That'll work, I hope. Oh, great. Commercials first, and then we'll get over to it. And yeah, there's... let's get at that. Okay, so that is what we had going there for them. One of the things let's switch that screen. There we go. There you can see the little river where everybody drives through and goes up the hill. That's all cool. But normally you'd see the volcano right here, and right now it's not showing up, and I'm wondering where... Yeah, if we go back about 3 hours, there you can see it, and that is, of course, Semeru doing its thing. And if we go back a little further into the night, we should be able to see a little bit of the lava, and not very much coming off of there, and that is kind of what it is. Not seeing a heck of a lot, and looking up here, it's funny, I can see what's called the Seven Sisters up here. That's pretty cool and awesome. Anyway, going back a little bit further, it was back in the clouds. So tough times with all these clouds around. This one was a little earlier. This was actually yesterday their time, 22:54, and we see what it is doing. And if we make that a little bigger, you can see the volcano there a little better, but still not that great. And we are all good with that. So that is what we're seeing from Semeru today. And I don't believe there is anything on the Krakatoa. I want to see if that'll come up or not. And nope, no Krakatoa today. So Semeru is the last one that we've got there on the wonderful island of Java. Moving up north, and we will go to, of course, this is Sakurajima in Japan. Let me get onto that screen. There we go. And Sakurajima continues to off-gas fairly well. And that was 10:54 is the local time in Japan right now. And if we go back about 2.5 hours, I don't think there was that much of a change. We see it there, still smoking a little bit. If we go back about 4 hours and 18 minutes, that's getting at 36 minutes after 6 a.m. there for them. It was about the same. And if we go back into the dark times, 5 a.m. roughly, what I was looking for, of course, is the glow. If we see any kind of a glow inside of that crater, and we're not seeing anything. This is 3:22 a.m. and again, still nothing. And going a little further back, nothing there either. So I'm going to leave that be. I'm going to put that back to live. Let's take a quick look. There is an ice cream boat in if you want to run down and get yourself an ice cream. There they are. And of course, there is the Sakurajima from a distance, and you can see that the pluming of gaseous material coming out of there. So get an ice cream, you guys, if you like, and you are welcome to run down there and do that. Anyway, that's what we've got there. And of course, this is Suwanosejima. This is on one of the islands further south. And that is all cool. And let's see, do we see anything major coming out? We can see some, I don't know if that's a cloud or if that's off-gassing, but it looks like it might be coming from the volcano. So, and yeah, the cloud wouldn't have hung around that long. This is about 4 hours earlier, so it must be off-gassing somewhat. If we go back into the nighttime, we will see a glow, and there it is. So that is indicating to us that there is lava down in the bottom of the caldera, and that is one of the reasons it is off-gassing. Unfortunately, we're not seeing it erupt. This here, 3:30 in the morning, and we do definitely see that glow of lava down there. So pretty cool. And even if we go back a little bit more, we are still seeing it, and this is 2:16 a.m. So definitely something going on in the bottom, but not able to see anything. Let's see if ASO was not showing today. Let's see if they got it back on. And no ASO today, so we will continue on. And of course, that is supposed to be Mount Fuji. And of course, you can't see a darn thing. Mount Fuji is hiding in the clouds. And I'm just trying to see if we can see any of it today. And I don't believe so. And there we go. All right. Yeah, I don't see any of it, so there's no sense in jumping in there trying to switch over. Next volcano on our list, of course, is our supervolcano in Yellowstone National Park. It has been relatively quiet because we keep catching it at nighttime. I'm trying to find the right screen. There we go. Everything is snow-covered and not a heck of a lot of people traipsing around there in Yellowstone. I did see earlier there were snowflakes coming down. I did watch Old Faithful erupt, and there were some buffaloes in the area as well. So the buffaloes, of course, hang around because those vents are fairly warm, and they melt the the snow. And of course, by melting the snow, you see the grasses and such, and they have some food there that is easy to get at. Anyway, that is Yellowstone National Park. For those good people who want to go there, why is that link not coming up? There it is. Okay, that is awesome. Tom Caruso, welcome from Brisbane, and glad to have you here, and nice to see you again, Tom. And okay, so the link for Old Faithful there is up there, so if you guys want to go there, it's a wonderful website, good to look at during the day. You will see all kinds of neat stuff happening there, and I'm a little miffed by what's going on here. There's two light spots way up high, kind of weird. Okay, weird. There's another one up here. Okay, this doesn't make sense to me. Why is there light spots up there? Okay, maybe, never mind. Boogeyman? I have no idea. Anyway, let's continue on. We want to get over to the next one, and of course that is going to be our wonderful Hawaii. And I am going to go through the other ones. We'll go through Kilauea first and see what it was doing. So let's see if we can fix that screen up. Nope, wrong one. Nope, wrong one. There we go. All right, and let's get rid of the little courtesy of two pineapples, because this is courtesy of the USGS. And that is Kilauea, or the lava pond inside the caldera at Kilauea. The lava pond is being fed by a lava tube over on this end. And then, of course, we see some of the brighter spots in here, and that is kind of what we've got. And that is basically where the gas bubbles are, actually the lava is draining downward and out of the lava pond, and the gas bubbles come up and break the thin crust that is on top of this lava that's here in the lava pond. And that's why we get the bright spots. Anyway, you can see the really neat designs that it creates when it is flowing in there. It's pretty cool. And then we do also see some hot stuff over here in what we call the tow area. Let's refresh that, take a look at it during the daytime. And that is what it is looking like now. And I don't know, almost looks like to me like it may have gotten a little bit more lava in it again. Just a little bit. Doesn't quite look as shallow or missing as what I've seen before. So maybe in our real near future we'll see this guy fill back up. We do see these cracks are fairly big and getting bigger. Still nothing over here in the tow area, and you can see that is quite deep back there. So anyway, that is from current time, or about 4 p.m. their time, and it is telling me that it is break time. Let me finish Kilauea off here, and then I'm going to go take another break. This, of course, from 8 minutes after 6 p.m. Last night their time in Hawaii. Primary vent is there. You can see the little hornito there. That's where the lava tube is that feeds the lava pond, and then you can see the tow area, but everything is quite smoky. If we refresh that, hopefully it'll be less smoke. Oh, still lots of smoke. Anyway, primary vent, the lava pond right there, and of course the hornito right there, and lava pond right there. Still seeing a lot of smoke up high on the sides of the caldera wall, including out here in the back, and that is very interesting. So there is definitely some heat underneath this thing, and hopefully we'll see some of that in the future. Not sure if this shot or that camera has been fixed or not. There we go. We don't see it there, so we'll leave that one alone. Looking at this is the thermal from last night, we see that it didn't have a lot of brightness to the little hornito there, but we do see the toe area, the toe area and the lava pond doing its thing. Let's refresh that, take a look at what it is now. Really not much different, but it does look like it's got more lava in it with this picture. So I think the levels are starting to come back. It would be nice if we can see that erupting a little bit more, and that'll be awesome. On that friendly note, it's time for me to go take that break, you guys. We will come back and do the Mauna Loa one after the break. And speaking of Mauna let's put you back over there, and we will put the two pineapples one back on for right now, and let you guys enjoy that. Hang on, I gotta find the right setting here. Where is it? That might have been there. And let's see, that looks good. Okay, let me leave that on for you, and I'm going to go take a break, let my voice rest, otherwise I'm going to lose it, and we'll do our thing. Don't go away, more to come. I'll throw some music back in here. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you haven't hit that like button yet, please give it a quick shot. That would be awesome. Also, if you're new sitting on the outside and you have not yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing, and that would be really cool, and that's only if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on, and I am back. So welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you for the welcome backs from Oh Mummy of Hamsters saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. And thanks, Kevin Williams in the house, welcome. And Sue Hayes, thank you. And let's see, Buddy Bopper, welcome back. Thank you. On a side note, on the Shane's getting handy cam, if you want to zoom out to get a better idea of how far they were in relationship to the eruption, I can. Okay, right now we're on the other one. We can pop over there and just to take a look at it. And I do have it open, and that is right there. So that does look pretty zoomed out to me right now, but if you zoom out further there, Buddy Bopper, that would be pretty cool. And that is kind of far out. Let's see what it looks like live right now, though. And I'm pushing it, and that is live. So that is a long ways out, and there we go. Holy macaroni, that is a long ways away, and there is some panning going on. Hey, those are my palm trees. Can you email those to me? I want the palm trees. And that is a long ways away, and hopefully you won't have any lava coming your way. That is pretty cool, and thank you kindly for doing that, Buddy Bopper. That is also cool. And anyway, for those good people who are not familiar with this channel, like earlier this morning when he was streaming, this is kind of what we had about 10.5 hours ago. It looked really cool, and definitely worthwhile having a look at it. It is a relatively a new channel. Shane's Getting Handy is actually not that new, but he definitely is doing its thing. So trying to grow, and we're trying to help them. The link is pinned up in blue at the top of the chat. So if you have not yet subscribed, please do consider doing that. And that would be awesome. And there is some live coverage for you. And once it gets dark, I'm sure it's going to turn into this same kind of a view again, and that will be pretty awesome. And we'll be able to check it out and use some of that. So all the way around, I give it a thumbs up, and pretty cool looking. All right, let's carry on though with our other stuff. And speaking of Mauna Loa, here's what the at 9:26 a.m. This is what it looked like there at that caldera shot. And you know, when you're looking at this shot, you're going, hey, where's the volcano that's erupting? And that is kind of neat. You do see the line of that fissure that came through here. You can see that, but you don't see anything in this shot. So that is kind of amazing to have that. But let me see if I can get the right size screen. There we go. And that looks pretty cool. Do want to go over to the other one, and we are going to refresh this so we get the proper thermal from that is current from that same shot or same area. And that is pretty cool. There's your thermal shot for today, and you can see that it is 16:10 is the time there. And if you notice, the temperatures have been changed again on the side here. So This is not very, very hot material anymore. It's cooling off very quickly. I wouldn't touch it though. Still anywhere between, I'd say 140, 150 degrees Celsius down to about 80 and thereabouts, depending on what you're looking at and where it is. So pretty awesome to be able to see that. And that is the thermal cam. That is the current shot of that area. And what else do we have in there? Well, we do have, that one isn't going to work. That is over, and that was mine. Anyway, this is, actually, we can probably show that again. Let's throw that back on there and see if we can find the right setting for it. There we go. And it did have a volume, so a little bit of music. Anyway, this was footage from USGS, and it was pretty cool. And I figured these are all USGS clips, and I figured I will give it a quick go here, since it's only a couple minutes long. Gives you some pretty good idea of what those lava fountains are looking like. And unfortunately, some of it wasn't as high in quality as it could have been, but hey, it is what it is. Pardon me. So we do like what we're seeing though, and some of those plumes are up to about 200 feet in height, 60 to 75 meters. So that is pretty awesome. There is still the snowman. I see it peeking at the lava. Anyway, I do really like the flybys that they did with the helicopter. And there you can see, you know, those plumes are really shooting out of that fissure. And that is an awesome eruption that we are watching. And so far, so good. Nobody is really in harm's way, and that is really nice to see that. Now, they were talking about the duration or length of what could happen there with this eruption. You know, anywhere from 8 to 25 days is what they were suggesting. But we know that Mauna Loa has erupted much longer than that in the past. So those things are also possible. So we could see that. The orange runneth over. Yep, it does. And of course, this is the lava. The lava is always nice. It's like a bulldozer. Anyway, that was the quick video of this for today. Let's go over and see what our earthquake map is got on its agenda, and we'll throw this back onto actually right there for right now. Let me get over though, and we want to take a look at the earthquakes. There you see the Taupo, and anyway, I did get that email, but I don't have the ability to listen to it while the stream is running, so we'll try to get the pronunciation of Taupo, Torpor. We'll see what we can do in the future to get it a little closer to what it is. Anyway, let's get over to the earthquake maps here. Earthquakes. I am right there. Let's go to this one here and have a quick peek and see what we've got for quakes and what's shaken in Hawaii. So out here at Pahala, we're going to go through that real quick, and then we'll get up on top of Mauna Loa. I do see some strange quakes a little further out, which is a little weird, but we'll take a look. So hang in there, and we'll take a look. And of course, these in the Pahala area are all between about 26 to about 37 kilometers down. so I won't be mentioning the actual depth. But there we go. 2.3 came in at 30 minutes after yesterday at 20:30. Let's do it that way. We see the other one out in the water here, 2.1 from 11:46 today. And then we'll get at some of these. 2.0 sitting here, 1:12 a.m. 2.3 from 2:54. 1.8, and that was from 3:55. This one, 2.7 from 6:21. 2.3 from 17:07. Then we've got a 2.0 from 3:32 a.m. Then this guy, hang on, how deep? Yeah, same depth is okay. 2.3 from yesterday, 20:58 was the time on it. 2.8 right there from 21:30, and 1.8 from 6:06 a.m. Then very close to Pahala itself, 2.5, 5:34 a.m. for him, and the one that is right in town, that is a 2.2 from 14:24. So that takes care of those. Let's grab this guy here, 1.7 at 3:36 a.m. and then a 1.8 from 15:12. We see this guy here, 1.8 from 14:01, and that is a 1.8 as well, 5:31 a.m. That one slightly different depth, 7.5 kilometers below sea level. And then this guy here, 2.0, and that is standard depth for the Pahala area. Let's leave that alone. Get up on top of Mauna Loa. Let's grab these stragglers first. 1.4 out here at 10:57, 7.7 kilometers below sea level. This one here is a 1.4 from today at 10:30, and that is 3.1 kilometers above sea level. So well into the mountain. This guy here is 6.7 kilometers below sea level. It's a 1.4 from 1744. And now we'll get into these ones that are in the caldera area and stuff. So 1.9, 743, 1.2 kilometers above sea level. 1.4, and that is 7:47 was the time on it. 2.3 kilometers above sea level. 1.9 again, 7:42 a.m. 300 meters above sea level. This is a 1.2, and that is from 11:56. That is 1.3 kilometers above sea level. The newest one here, a 1.9 from 1855, and that is at minus 1.4 or 1.4 kilometers above sea level for that one. This other one in the caldera, 2.3, 4:15 a.m., and that is 1.4 kilometers above sea level, so somewhere underneath that caldera. And we've got a 1.9 here, 5:01 a.m., 1.3 kilometers above the sea level. And then we get this guy here is 1.7, 8:13 is the time on it, and 1.1 kilometers above sea level. Then we have this guy on the edge, 1.2, 6 minutes after midnight, and that is 800 meters above sea level. And then we've got a bunch more going down the hill here, and that is interesting. 1.9, 20:56 yesterday, 300 meters below sea level for that one. This one 1.6, and that is from yesterday as well, 23:57, and 2.6 kilometers above sea level. This one is 1.8, 2 kilometers above sea level from 21:19 yesterday. Then we have this one 1.9, 5:17 a.m. And that is 0.9 kilometers below sea level. And this one here, 2.5, pardon me, 500 meters above sea level. And that happened at 19 minutes after midnight. And then this one, 2.1, 17:38, 400 meters above sea level. Now, one of the things that I'm kind of leaning towards here, and people were saying that, of course, this activity on this side is showing a lot of that lava. Somebody was saying that there is a possibility that this action over here with these quakes will see another fissure develop over on this side. That is all speculative. It's all a hypothesis with not that much good meat behind it yet. So we'll see what happens in the future. Hopefully it won't get anything really bad. If it does and it comes down slowly down these slopes, it shouldn't be a problem for anyone. But that is kind of what we've got there. Anyway, zooming into our wonderful Kilauea, we do have a few quakes around it, and that may be what's going to refresh it and bring it back to life. This is a 1.7 from 2322, 1.6 kilometers below sea level. This is a 2.5 from yesterday at 1953, 2.2 kilometers below sea level. Hopefully that'll bring some life back into Kilauea. 2.3 there, 22:20 is the time on that, 34 kilometers below sea level for him. So that's it for our earthquakes, and we will take a quick look around the world here. I do want to spend a little bit of time taking a look at down here in our New Zealand theater when we get back, but it is a time for me to take another break. You can probably hear my voice is starting to go, so I need to do that. Thank you, C&D Boy, for bringing up that map and that site, so you guys can get onto that wonderful map for there in Hawaii, of course. Okay, enjoy the break. We'll be here. All right, cool. And don't go away, you guys. I need to rest my voice, and I will be back in a little while. There are two bunnies there right now, just so you know. And I'll be back. Thanks. And there we go. I've got the microphone back on. Hey, Teresa, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And welcome, everyone. Good to have Robert and Shendell back here as well. And thanks. And Old Mummy of Hamsters says, welcome back, Uncle Doc. Thanks, Kevin Haynes and Sue Hayes. Do appreciate those welcome backs. And we are going to continue on. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Oh, cool. Oh no, eyelids are getting heavy, very heavy. Good night, everyone. And I hope Dr. Fox gets some the red paint out of his eyebrow. Eyebrow? Oh my God, it's not in my eyebrow. I know exactly where that red paint is. It's on the screen. It's in the right spot. I know where it is, there, wonky donkey. Okay, good night, Trev. All the best to you, and sleep well, my friend. All right, let's go back to our earthquakes and see what we've got going on. Thank you, Kananaskis country. And let's dig right into this. So, real quick peek, of course, we see another one here. That was from yesterday at 1955, 9.2 kilometers down to 4.5 here in near Peace River, a little ways away from Edmonton, about 350 kilometers. Didn't feel a darn thing when those quakes were happening up there. So we'll leave those be. Anyway, going down the coastline, we don't see too much till we get down here. On the outer edge of the Cocos plate, we have this 4.7, and this is in some island region off of Mexico. Anyway, 2:40 or 2:54 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that 4.7. This one also in Mexico, 4.1, and that is from 3:49 a.m., 40.3 kilometers down for him. Sliding down a bit, we don't see anything else down here in our wonderful coastline. Pretty quiet for South America, and nothing new in the Pacific out there either. We do want to see what we've got happening here in New Zealand. USGS only shows the two quakes, of course, 5.4, which is pretty darn big. 3:48 a.m., 7.8 kilometers down for that one. And then the other big one that they reported, a 4.1 from 17 to 53, 9.5 kilometers down. We know there are a whole bunch more smaller quakes in that area, which we've already looked at. We will figure those out afterwards. Anyway, sliding up the Kermadec Ridge here a little bit over to Fiji, we see, oh, that's actually considered Tonga. It's always hard to tell where it is right between Fiji and Tonga. But anyway, 4.3, and that is from 1049, and that is 497 kilometers down. North of Fiji, though, that's got to be Fiji, 4.8. And that is what we see there, 8:18 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. Solomon Islands over here, 4.6, 5:32 a.m., 9.2 clicks down. We do see a couple right here on Papua New Guinea, 4.5, 21:29 was the time on it, 121.7 kilometers down. 4.8 from 6:30 a.m., 44.5 kilometers down. We don't see anything over here in the other Indonesian area till we get over to this one, and that's already in the Philippines. 4.6 from 15:30, 148 kilometers down for him, and then another 4.8 there, 9:23 a.m., and that is 10 kilometers down for that. Don't see nothing else till we get up to Japan, and there's a few 4.6 right over on the western side, out in the waters of the Sea of Japan. 4.6, 1:07 a.m., and that is what is it, 10 kilometers down is what they're saying. Then we had a 5 on the eastern side, and that was from yesterday at 20:45, 53.3 kilometers down. Then another 4.6 from today, 11:10 was the time on that, 58 clicks down for it. And we don't see anything happening up on the Kamchatka Peninsula or the Coral Islands or the Aleutian Islands up here. Everything seems to be quiet. Not a heck of a lot going on down on the bottom here either. Let's zoom into the Middle East, and this is not a friendly quake here. There's 3 of them, and let's get with the top one first. 4.2 from 1519, 10 kilometers down. 4.6 from 1018, 17.5 kilometers down for that one. And then this 5.7, a little bit bigger, 8:17 a.m. and 4.7 kilometers down for that one. Now, having mentioned that, of course, that's all part of the Arabian plate, and the Arabian plate comes up and pushes up against the Anatolian plate up here, and the Aegean plate is the next one. These are microplates, by the way. And of course, that plate moves faster up on the top here. The Anatolian plate, it's kind of like it's got a pivot point down here, and it's moving faster on the top side than it is on the bottom side, and it's kind of curving, and so it's pushing into the Aegean plate, and that causes a lot of earthquakes right in this crumple zone, if you want to call it that. So that is kind of what we see there. And then we do see one more over here, 4.4, and that is considered to be near Spain, but I think that is more on the Morocco side. But still, that is 4:07 a.m. and 10 kilometers down for him. Kathy says there's a spot of South Hawaiian Island. It's a submarine or seamound getting close to the surface. Which seamound are you referring to? Are you talking about Luihi seamound? Is that the one that you're mentioning there? This is Luihi seamound right here. Is that the one that you're saying is getting close to the surface? Yeah, Luihi. Luihi. Hey, Yvonne Kunkel popped in. Welcome, Yvonne. Good to see you. And yeah, that was kind of, that's Luihi over there. Or is it over here, these other ones? This one, too, it's growing. So, I don't know. I think Luihi is closer to the surface than this guy is, though. I'm not sure. Maybe you can correct me on that. But anyway, let's carry on with the other ones. Ahai is in, yes, we know where that is. Ahai. 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 We'll get over to that in a minute. Let's take a look at the Canary Islands first. You know, the place that Yvonne wants to go on vacation. Oh, look at this, an earthquake from yesterday, 2207 UTC, 3.4 for that guy. So that is interesting. And of course, we see the star flashing over there on Gran Canary Island. And that is a 0.6, very small from 1635, and that does not show a depth, so I can't tell you how deep it was. We do see this guy out here, 2.4, happened at 26 minutes after midnight, and that is, of course, how deep is that one? Where is it? 2.4, that should be about there, yep. 10 kilometers down for that guy. Anyway, let's zoom in here to La Palma. Oh, look, we have very limited spots. Hey, Von Kunkel, are you going to be there, but never in July again? What? Yeah, come on, you want to go there in July? Isn't that when it's the warmest? Anyway, looking at it, no new quakes today, so that was pretty quick and easy. So Kathy says, no, it has another name, and they see substance in the ocean surface. Okay, well, we're going to have to take a look, Kathy. But if you do happen to figure out which one it is, let us know, please. But for right now, I'm just going to carry on with the show because I don't know what's over there. But if you're talking about the other one, Kathy, that's because if this the high eye, that's a different one. Let's go to the volcano map. Going to refresh it real quick, and I will point that one out to you just so you can see it, and we will bring that in a little closer, and a high eye is right here, and that's in the Marianas, and that is if we zoom in on it, there it is, so you get a pretty good idea of what it is doing, and it is one of those areas where the it is very close to the surface. So if that is the one, that is definitely something to be interested in, and if it continues to erupt, we will maybe see its surface in a little while. Anyway, I did want to zoom in. Actually, let's zoom back out first. We'll take a quick look here at the North American and South American side. Really, nothing has really changed over here. They're all still pretty much the same. San Miguel, Talica, Masaya, and Rincon del Vieja, and then over here Nevado del Ruz, and Persay, and then of course Cerro Negro, and then we've got Reventador, Cotopaxi, and Sangay over there, and then Fernandina out here on the Galapagos Islands. Wolf Volcano been very quiet since they've taken it off. Sabancaya still there, and then of course Nervados and del Chilean volcano doing its thing. Copahu, if I said it right, is still there, and Vallarica still doing its thing. Kevin Haynes, good night to you if you're heading out, no problem. And let's go back into New Zealand. We do see down here 4.9 quake on the bottom end. I didn't notice that before. That came in at 11:28 UTC, and that is 4.9 in magnitude. That is pretty awesome. It is 4.9, 5 kilometers down. So that is something to be interested in and worried about as well. And of course, there you can see Taupo, if I said it right, Tarpur. Anyway, we'll work on that. But that is there, and we've got that swarm. We already looked at it, but it is now orange rather than being a yellow as it was. And then, of course, White Isle volcano still right there. Hasn't moved, nobody's taken it, and it's doing its thing. And of course, Tofua and Home Reef volcano still there. Our friends here in Vanuatu are still active, Yasur and Eoba, and then Gawa over there. And then our friends in the Solomons, as well as Papua New Guinea, are still there. Nothing has changed. Luolatak still there. Raung still doing its thing. Semaru, of course, and Marapi and Krakatau are right there. So all cool. Cebu and Dacono are still doing their things, and then the Philippines still looks pretty much normal. Anyway, a high eye is interesting. We'll see if it does surface. So that would be pretty awesome if we do see it. Iwo Jima still there, and Nishimoshima still doing its thing, and of course Suwanoshi-jima and Sakurajima both right there. So pretty awesome. There we see those quakes we looked at earlier. Everything here in our Kamchatka theater is still all the same. Our trio down on the bottom, and our four on the peninsula still doing their thing. So all cool that way. Looking down on the bottom end, Erebus still a red, doing its thing. Heard Island Volcano all good. And I know Yvonne wants to go to Heard Island Volcano for her next vacation, right? I don't think so. I'm kidding, Yvonne. You don't want to go there. You want to go to Piton de la Fournaise out here in Reunion Island. That would be pretty cool. Anyway, that is all good. And our old Doño is still throwing out black carbonate lava. We love it. There's our two here. That was right below the kneecap, Yvonne. Too cold on Heard Island and lonely. Yeah, if you want to talk to the seagulls. And I think they've got some other, what have they got there? What bird is it that goes there? I can't remember. There's one specific kind of bird that they really have lots of on that island. And of course, they've got a bunch of sea lions and stuff. Penguins, yeah, that too. But there's a bird that nests up fairly high somewhere there. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, it does a long migration, goes there to do things, and it flies there. So penguins, unless they've grown wings, aren't going to make it. Anyway, Urta Ale's still there, and of course Etna, Volcano, Stromboli, and Cappy still happy. And that's it. Brings us back to Iceland, and that is pretty much it for that. Quick peek at the global seismic energy that is being thrown out there, and global seismic activity levels. And if we refresh that one really quickly, we will make sure that we are still talking the same meat and potatoes here. Let's get rid of that. And we see that the latest one here, just a little over 6, but it doesn't tell us where it is. But we do see some of the bigger ones that have happened. Possibly see some larger ones in our near future, but that is as current as it gets. And this is, I think, from September 1st or onward to December 1st. So pretty cool looking. Longest bird migration, flamingos? No, hang on. What bird? The Arctic tern. Sorry, a bird, a nerd. I'm resisting. Okay, Cookster Littlefield. So it is the Arctic tern. That is a long way to go, and such a tiny place to go to. I don't know if I like that. Anyway, let's leave that be. We will head over to our weather map, and we will refresh that because that needs some refreshing. And we will see what it looks like right now. This is our SO2 map first off. And yeah, anybody notice anything odd about this map? If you haven't noticed it, I'm not going to tell you what's going on. Anyway, that is a pretty awesome looking. A lot of SO2. And Thor, welcome. Yes, I'm late, overslept. Oh, Thor, you're bad. You better take your note and bring it to the office. Anyway, for those good people looking at this, this is, of course, the plume that is coming off of the Mauna Loa eruption. And there is quite a bit of SO2 gas involved there. And that is going all the way across Mexico and ending up in these wonderful places like New Mexico and Texas is where it's ending. So wow, that is a heck of a lot of SO2. Some of these levels, if we click on here, well, they're not really bad, but I wouldn't want to be breathing. Oh, that's getting nastier. 303, 304. Yep, I wouldn't want to be breathing too much of that in those higher extremes. Some of the places look a bit easier, but still, what we need is some rain to wash that out of the air. But hey, I don't know if that's going to happen. Anyway, that is there. So a quick look at North America. Otherwise, we see the stuff from China and the Kamchatka Peninsula still coming into northern Canada and into the U.S. British Columbia seeing the most of it. And we are seeing a little bit there in Alberta as well, up in the top. Normal junk that we see from our pollution here. Pretty much straightforward for Canada. Down on the bottom end of Ontario, still pretty nasty. Clean looking over there in the eastern portions. So New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI, pretty awesome. A little bit higher out here in Newfoundland, but not that much higher. Looking at the United States, of course, we see most of it is okay, with the exception of this stuff on the bottom. So getting ready for work, and now thanks for the stream. Okay, stream. You good folks, have a good time. See you later. Yvonne, take care, stay safe, and enjoy your work. If you find anything of interest, just pop an email off. That would be cool. And yeah, no worries. It's a typo. It happens, Yvonne. I'm just bugging you. Thanks for popping in, though. Appreciate you. All right, let's see. And yeah, 4 years, 5 months, 14 days, 8 hours, and 4 minutes and 15 seconds is how long my other stream has been running. And that is the bunny stream. So yeah, it's been there for a little while. Anyway, looking at Mexico, kind of the same twirly action going on here that kind of messes things up, but Popocatépetl and Mexico City not putting out quite as much SO2, but that is kind of being dissipated and ending up going across the Gulf of Mexico all the way over into Florida and perhaps into some of these other islands like Nassau over there and stuff like that. Most of everything that we see here in Central America is coming out into the Pacific. And again, the wind action here, and I'm still trying to figure out which volcano is the bad apple in here, because we mentioned a bunch of them here before, but there are, maybe it's a combined effort, and all that SO2 is going into the rainforests of Brazil and or the Amazon. Looking at Chile, looks not so bad, so that's all right there. Let's go over to New Zealand. We don't see anything coming out of Taupo, but we do see a White Island volcano continuing to off gas there. Nothing from Tasmania, a little bit coming from the refineries there to the east of Melbourne, and then the coking plants that are out here are being kind of spread out a little bit, and that's okay. North of Sydney, and it's not that intense. And then out here in Tonga, that'll be Tofua, as well as possibly some from Hunga Tonga, Hunga Ha'apai, and we'll see what happens in the future with that volcano. Anyway, we have Yasur here, and then what's that one? Aoba is doing this one for the most part. And the guys in the Solomon Islands here are doing their thing, and we'll go here. That's Luolatak making that, Semaru making that little spot, and then of course over here Merapi, and Krakatau is here, so it is off-gassing, but Jakarta is also adding to it with people pollution. And Kananeska's country, you're welcome. And looking at what we've got here, Ibu and Dakono are working away again. Don't see quite as much out here from Mayon and Bulusan, so that's all right. And then we don't know what Taal volcano right there in Taal Lake. I don't think it's producing that much SO2. A lot of people pollution for the most part. And looking here, we see that is pretty normal for Taiwan, Suwanoshi-jima, and Sakurajima in Japan doing their thing. The rest is from Chinese pollution over there, and sliding up people pollution. And we see Kamchatka Peninsula is getting bombarded with a lot of it, but not producing as much. The big spot, of course, is coming off of the big island of Hawaii, and that is because of Mauna Loa. And there we go. Looking at real quick over here in South Africa, they're still doing their gold refineries, and then down here, or up here in Central Africa, kind of DR Congo, two volcanoes there. Ertael would be right about here, but very hard to tell with all the other pollution coming from various places. In Saudi Arabia, perhaps, some in Yemen, and so on. There's people pollution in there too, so it's hard to see if a volcano is not putting out that much SO2. It very easily is overwhelmed with the SO2 from just regular people pollution. The refineries, and here in Saudi Arabia, over here, and Kuwait, and of course they're in Iraq doing their thing, creating a lot of SO2. Cairo, I'm surprised, has got a spot on it as well, and I'm not sure why so much there in Cairo. Not seeing anywhere near as much coming off of Mount Etna. And maybe it's because just little tiny eruption that they've got there so far. We'll see what happens. But Yvonne will be there on Friday, so she'll be giving us updates on what's happening. Looking at Europe, looks like most of Europe has got some SO2 covering it, and that includes England. The only safe places out here where the Irish monk is from, and that is Ireland. And looks like even up in portions of Denmark aren't bad, and then Norway is not too bad for the most part. Whoop, clicking on things accidentally. But up in the looking at Finland, it's pretty nasty there. And that's it for our SO2 shot around the world. So the big plume here, of course, that is from the big island of Hawaii, and hopefully that will ease up with the SO2. And let's see, Mahala Nui, Nui, Mahala Nui, Mahalo Nui. Are you saying good night? And thanks, and Kathy, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Okay, on those friendly notes, and I am going to put it on there. We'll do the weather. I do need to take a break, you guys. My throat is really starting to burn, and we know what that means. It means back off and give it a rest. So please don't go away. I'm going to put you back onto some wonderful lava. And of course, this is Shane's Getting Handy channel. It is alive. You can see the plumes over there, but we'll wait till it gets darker. You can see some of that lava flow in the background. Unfortunately, during the daytime there, it doesn't show up as well, but for you guys who are liking to watch it at night, the channel is still pinned up on the top of the chat. If you want to go take a quick shot there, you can go hit that and do your thing. I'm going to put this back onto our friends from, let's see if we can back that up though a little bit. We'll not do that. There we go. Whoops. Oh, they got commercials. Darn it. How about there? Yeah. We'll put it back here a little bit and let you watch that for during the break. So you get to watch Shane's Getting Handy channel for my duration of the break. So the sunset should be in about 45 minutes. All right. We'll see if we can end the stream with your sunset then, buddy. That'd be pretty cool. All right, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and like I say, if you haven't gone over there yet and subscribed, please do consider subscribing to Shane's Getting Handy channel. That's a brand new camera setup, and that is looking at Mauna Loa 24/7. On that note, giving you some music. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks, guys. Oh, don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And also, if you're new, go ahead and subscribe. That'd be awesome. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. And yep, Buddy Bopper, I'm glad that you guys have that increase of over 100 subscribers. That is absolutely wonderful. Look at that hamster dance. Yep, we do see it. That is pretty cool to see a hamster dancing. Yeah. Thank you, Sue, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart. All good, and yeah, it's a hamster dance. I was looking at other stuff, you know. On some of these, I turn off the mouse feature, and right now I'm actually on the weather map, doing my thing, looking for. Looking for the low temp spots, Sue Hayes, and I'm not finding them. It's not very cold in Antarctica today, so it is what it is. And let's see. Cookster says buenas noches now, compadres. So of the hot lava lands. Yeah. And head to South Africa streams for safari apparel, awesome, or appeal. And okay, I'm glad I could catch a wild Dr. Fox by VolcanoX fam. And excellent. Okay, Cookster, you take care, and don't be touching any of those weird animals that you don't know anything about. The colorful ones are usually very poisonous, so really careful. Anyway, good night there, Cookster. All right, let's get over to the weather map, and let's go through this. And of course, we see our wonderful North America. Looks like a little bit warmer there in Alaska today, but certainly not warmer in the Yukon, Northwest Territories, or none of it, or in the upper portions of, I hate these highs when they're sitting in here, they stay there for a long time. Anyway, we are seeing cold temperatures all the way across in the northern portions of British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. And that is that Arctic weather that is coming down. Don't like it one bit. We do see a low sitting over here, trying to warm things up, drawing that warmer temperatures up. So Sue Hayes is probably sitting there, taking the blanket off of her palm tree to keep it warm, or keep it comfy. Anyway, we see, for those who need to know, minus 21 degrees Celsius here right now. So that is pretty darn cold. Vancouver coming in at about 2. So Cole Harbor coming in at 9 degrees Celsius. I am jealous. Very, very jealous. You see all that warm air pumping in there. We don't get that there in Alberta. Anyway, this is Ontario doing its thing at the minus temperatures as well. Likely a bunch of snow around there. But yep, if you like tropics, go there and you'll enjoy it. It is quite warm in Nova Scotia. Newfoundland, on the other hand, no, stay away. That high is, of course, pushing that. It's pulling down the cold air and pushing it right back up to them. And that low up here in the Hudson's Bay is not helping anything. It is pulling down that cold air and trying to recirculate it. And Labrador also very, very cold today. Sliding over to the other side of the continent, taking a look at Portland, there's still about 5 degrees, same as yesterday. A little, I guess San Jose, I think it was 9 or 11 or something yesterday there, so a little cooler, but it is nighttime temperatures of 14 in LA right now, and looking at about 15 there in Phoenix. Death Valley would be coming in at somewhere around 12 or 13 or something. Let's see what comes out of that, Sue. Um, Boy, the Nightbot's taking his time. 12 degrees Celsius, 54 Fahrenheit. And, yep, wear a jacket or you're going to freeze. And looking here at Tucson, we got 15, so 15 in Phoenix, 15 in Tucson, about the same air mass that they've got there. And there you can see the cutoff line. Flagstaff only coming in at 2, so a little different there for those guys. And looking at New Mexico, northern portions are quite chilly. And then we see that whole thing just, it kind of dips down, that whole bowl, and that is really, really cold. Everything above that, we have a low sitting here. That's not helping anyone. This high is sitting in the wrong place, should be down here, bringing up the warm air and pumping it in, but it is not. So anyway, looking at Houston, about 10, 11 degrees. San Antonio only about 9, and thank you for that. Dallas coming in at 4 degrees Celsius, 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Looking over here, Miami coming in at about 25, 26 down in Florida, but we see the Panhandle is actually cooled off quite a bit. Mobile, Alabama, or sorry, yeah, I guess that's where Mobile is. In Alabama, but it's or is that still in Florida? No, that's the Panhandle ends up here. They are at about 10, 11 degrees. So your daughter is in Dallas? Okay, cool. So right in there. Well, they've got reasonable weather, but cold for the most part. Looking up at the eastern coast, we see portions of Georgia and South Carolina, North Carolina, kind of getting cut off there. The coastal side, a little bit warmer. Grandma B's house coming in about 9 degrees Celsius. That'll be just below the 50 degree Fahrenheit mark. Charlotte, North Carolina, 6 degrees Celsius. And that is a little on the cooler side, going up, seeing Baltimore 3 degrees Celsius, Philadelphia 3, 5, 6 in New York, a little warmer there, and that's because that warm air is brushing up against it, and we're up to 8 in Boston, and of course then you get up here into Maine, it starts to get really warm, but still really nice in Halifax as far as the temperatures are concerned. Sliding down into Mexico, we see it is a lot cooler there again. Still not as warm until you get down closer to Central America. Cancun coming in at about 27 today, and Central America about normal for this time of night. Looking at the Amazon, holding some heat so far, pretty good for them. Rio de Janeiro 23 right now for night or evening temperatures, not bad. Buenos Aires 21, 22, and looking at anywhere from 25 down to about 20 degrees there. And Uruguay, Paraguay looking at about 23 to about 26. And then, of course, Argentina, a mixed bag today as far as temperatures are concerned. Looking at New Zealand real quick, still fairly cool there for the most part. A little bit over on the east side of the island, Christchurch coming in at about 17 right now. But the rest of the area not as warm. Same thing with Wellington, about 15. And Auckland coming in at about 17 as well. So kind of so-so temperatures for them. Looks like Melbourne about 18 degrees right now, so Leo is having a fair day. Hobart coming in at about 13, 14. We do see the colder air brushing up a little bit in there, so the warmer stuff up in the top northern portions, 18, 19 for them. Adelaide coming in at 21, 22 degrees. Melbourne at about 17, 18. Sydney, maybe a little warmer, 20 degrees. And right there from Brisbane, 19, 20 degrees, but they've got that massive low sitting off the coast, probably getting some rain. Pistol Pete says, just being outside for a smoke, and it is wind. Is that wind ever cold? Yeah, I can well imagine. Maybe quit. Quit smoking. Hotspot for today looks like 42 degrees over there, and that is about the hottest that I can see on the map. 42 degrees Celsius there in the northwest portions of Australia. That is pretty good. And looking at the rest, they are balmy temperatures for the most part. Our Indonesian, Malaysian, and Philippine areas are still doing about the same. And taking a look at Bangkok, we'll see what they've got. 27 degrees on the map here. 29 is what Sue brought up. Thanks, Sue. And 76% relative humidity. So somewhere in that ballpark. I'm going to split the difference. I'm going to call it 28. And there we go. Moving up, though, you see Japan, of course, down on the bottom end, even there, 12 degrees. It is winter time. It's coming. And, of course, Korea, South Korea here, very cold as well. Looks like the cold stuff is in the Yellow Sea as well as Sea of Japan, coming across and cooling the rest of Japan off on the inner or western side. The eastern side here out towards the Pacific, a little bit warmer. Kamchatka going up there. Brr, I don't want to look. I don't want to look. What is up here? Oh my God, minus a gazillion degrees. Let's not look at that. That's going to make me even colder. Looking at India, not bad. 26, 27 out here in Sri Lanka. And India is anywhere from about 25 up down to about 11 up the northern ends there. So not too bad. Cape Town coming in at a balmy 17 instead of 16 today. So they've warmed up a little bit. Madagascar still looking pretty nice as well. Central Africa holding its heat, but we see the cold that is infiltrated everywhere there in Europe has made its way back down into the Sahara Desert, and not looking so good. A quick peek at Cairo, only about 12 or 13 degrees right now. And Saudi Arabia, maximum about 21, and very cold up in the north, though single digits. UAE looks like 22 is about the high temperature there, and the same thing goes for Oman. Iraq down on the coastal areas here, about 18, and Basra, and then Baghdad only at 14 degrees. Cold stuff there in Iran as well, and Turkey actually not looking as bad as it was. It looks like it's colder to the west there, but this area here where Piggy lives, Piggy has got some nice temperatures right now for wintertime stuff, and we'll see what that looks like. We'll bring that up real quick. And of course that is this warmer air pumping in there, and that should be good for her. 17 degrees Celsius on the island of Kos. Looking here though at Sicily, and we see 6, 7 degrees, 13 on some of the coastal spots, and I bet you more snow for Mount Etna later when we get up in the higher elevations. All the way up our Italy area, cold, 1 or 2 degrees in Milano today. New Irish Monkland, very cold, anywhere from about 2 to about 11, depending on where you are. Not that great. Spain, yep, cold, cold, cold. Little warmer there off the coast of Portugal, but Spain is not so good right now. And looking at France, anywhere from 0 to, well, depending on where you are, a -1 and upward to about 4 or 5. Germany coming in, Munich is about 0 degrees, Berlin 0, Hamburg 2, going over to Cologne, we see about 5. Let's see, Brussels about 3, 4 degrees, Amsterdam coming in about 3 as well. So Holland and Belgium a little bit warmer, not so bad on the western side of Germany. And looking at Denmark, not that bad, reasonable. Copenhagen coming in at 4 or 5 degrees there. It gets a little colder when you get up to Oslo, and of course Stockholm coming in at about 1 degree. Riga -1. St. Petersburg very cold at -5 degrees Celsius. And yeah, Moscow -13. So England, not too bad. 2 there in London, but looks like the main portion of England is experiencing fairly cold temps. Actually, for a change, it's actually warmer up in Scotland than it is in the main body of England or Wales. And of course, Ireland, out here where Irish Monk lives, he's basking in the sunshine or in the moonshine at about, no, that doesn't sound good either. Never mind. He's basking in the winds at about 9 or 10 degrees Celsius. So not so bad there. And let's see if that warm air is hitting Iceland, and we'll see Reykjavik coming in at about 6 degrees. And looks like it's windy, and maybe 5 or 6 degrees over at our wonderful Ragnar as well. So that is our temperatures there for right now. Let's take a quick look at the precipitation, and we're going to work on this really quickly. Alaska don't look good. Alaska's getting lots of snowflakes out of Yukon and Northwest Territories as well. Alberta, go figure. Look at all that snow. And this was over here earlier. And we've got another, they said maybe at 1 or 2 or 3 o'clock it'll stop finally. But down here, looking at more of it, nasty weather down from, I guess, Oregon up to about the Queen Charlotte Islands, and not getting all that great of weather. Looking here, that low, of course, lows bring snow, and you've got that happening. And Sue may be getting warmer temperatures, but she's also going to get some rain in there, and that's what we see. And we see this system moving that direction. So Sue, you better batten down the hatches. Could get pretty nasty. Get rainy tonight, San Francisco Bay Area. Okay, that'll be all right. Rain and wind for you already. Okay. Thank you, Grandma B, for the first super chat of the day, Grandma B, and I really do appreciate that, and that will help out, and we will definitely consider throwing that into Ricola. Okay, thank you, kindly appreciate it. Thanks, Grandma B. And let's zoom down here a little bit more. We do see that system there, and of course we've got this low sitting here just above the system where all that SO2 is sitting. So if some of that rain gets in there, of course, that may turn it into acid rain, but if it does fall there, it's actually going to be kind of diluted, and hopefully not too bad. Anyway, that is pretty cool, and there we go around Mexico City. We see why that plume is all messed up on the SO2 chart. And then we see Central America still doing its thing. South America, of course, the rainforest getting a bunch of rain. We do see this high here is continuing to help that low bring that water in. And we see this big ridge as well. So we've got a high sitting here, a high sitting here, a high sitting here, and that is low over here trying to pull that moisture, and that is what's causing the rains there for now. And yeah, look at all that ice rain down there in the waters of Antarctica. And looks like places like Tonga and those areas are going to get wet. We see that low sitting there. And then, of course, New Zealand, Southern Island, a bunch of different rain spots, not so bad. And, of course, the Northern Island, very little rain right now. Don't see anything this high here is helping out. Don't see anything on Tasmania. But it's still fairly cool there. Melbourne, not seeing any rain. Perth isn't either, and we see a little bit here in the breadbasket, but there's that nasty low off of Brisbane, and that is what we see. They're going to get some rain. Hopefully that will move away from the coastline and give them a little bit of a reprieve. And looking at our Philippine, Indonesian, Malaysian areas, lots of stuff going on there as far as storms. Always getting pushed. La Nina is doing its thing and pushing that moisture into these countries. And we even see some snow and ice rain there in China. Going up, there's a bunch of snowflakes in our Japanese area. Wow, Sharon Stewart, thank you very kindly. Sharon Stewart, and what did it say? Inspired by Grandma B for cough drops. Ricola is my favorite hard candy. Excellent. Thank you, Sharon Stewart. That is an awesome super chat. I really do appreciate that support, and very kind of you. All right, looking at what we see on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Snow, of course, and then, of course, that low sitting up top. Another low sitting here. They are doing their thing, so that is pretty nasty. Looks a little drier in India today. Sri Lanka might be getting a few showers. And Central Africa, of course, to be expected. We see some showers there. Possibly have this heading up, and will give them a little bit more rain in Madagascar as well. Sliding up and having a look over here where Piggy lives. Even though Piggy has got some warmer temperatures, she's likely got some rain happening, and more of it on the way. So that is awesome. I'm glad to see that she's getting some moisture in her area. And look at this nasty storm up here in Greece. Not so good. That is one of the lows. Here's the other one that had just passed through of all of the bottom end of Sicily here, as well as the boot. Das Boot, yeah. Anyway, the Italy, the boot of Italy getting nailed on the bottom end. Sicily, some rain, and of course, looks like Sardinia not getting any rain yet, but this system likely will pop in there as well. And down here at the bottom end and going into the gates of Gibraltar, you're going to be going through some stormy weather if you're heading in that way on your sailboat. And of course at bottom end of Spain, a little bit of rain, as well as Portugal. Fog for the most part in some of those places, and France, same thing with Germany, a few spots of rain, nothing really major. And then we go take a look at England and Wales. Kevin Williams, thank you very kindly, Kevin, and well, I get that written down. Williams. Thank you very kindly for that £5 super chat, Kevin, and that is awesome. Appreciate that for cold medicine. Yep, that'll work. Anyway, very foggy in England. Thank you kindly for all the super chats, you guys. That is awesome. Looks like up here where it's warmer in Scotland, they are getting bombarded with some rain. No rain over here in Ireland right now. Sliding up a little bit more. Denmark getting a little bit of rain, and looks like most of the stuff here confined to the bottom end of Sweden as far as flakes, and the top end of Sweden, and up here in Norway, but Finland's got some flakes there too. And let's take a look at Iceland. Oh, this nasty low here. This is bringing in some nasty weather into our wonderful Iceland, and hopefully they are okay with getting all that rain and snow, and hopefully it'll dissipate before we get our next eruption. And looks like the bottom end of our Greenland is trying to recap those wonderful glaciers, and we see a bunch of ice rain out in the water as well. Even out here in Jan Mayen, not Jan Mayen, Svalbard, I mean up here. Jan Mayen is over here. Svalbard is there, they're getting some rain, and then these other islands up here as well. Okay, let's go take a quick peek and find the coldest and the warmest place on Earth. We got the warmest place already. We know that's in Australia today. And the coldest place, though, has got to be down here. I seen a minus 40 earlier, and it was hard to find. There was amongst all these minus 39s, but I know I seen it, and it is in here somewhere. It wasn't easy to find. I had to go scan around quite a bit, as you seen that mouse earlier. So till we find it, we're going to be in trouble. Minus 39. Of course, it is daylight there, so it's going to be warm. It's going to be warmer than here, and there we go. We don't see it. Minus 39. Going all the way up, 38 again, 38 on that side, 39 on this side. I did see minus 40. Where are you? I seen it once when I was scanning, but it may have changed. Okay, I'm gonna stick with minus 39. The elusive minus 40. yeah, that elusive minus 40 is got to be. Oh, here. There, I found minus 40. I found it. It's minus 40 there. And it's on the screen. So you can't say I didn't find it. Minus 40 right there. And it is not so elusive after all. And let's go find the North American one, or the Siberian one. And we will see what we can find up there. And that should be about, oh, I don't know, minus 50 degrees, something like that. What do we got over here? A little warmer over there, but it should be, I don't think it's there in Siberia today. We see a minus 45, but that is not that cold. It's got to be up in our Canadian areas up here somewhere. And I did see some horribly cold temperatures up here earlier, minus 40 something. There's a minus 43 already, so minus 44, and there's that high. That is minus 46, 48. We've seen in there 47. It's got to be right around here. This high would be keeping that cold for us. Okay, well, I did find the minus 48 here a second ago, but I don't see a minus 50. And no, I'm not there. Let's try this spot over here. Ah, that's balmy and warm. So, yep. I'm going to have to stick with a minus 48. There's a minus 46. And where's that 40? Yeah, there's the 48 that I seen. So I'm going with minus 48. Sue has a minus 50 for the Arctic, and I have a minus 48 on Baffin Island. So that is all right. Thank you for doing that, Sue. That is awesome. And so it's a tie for South America, and you beat me by 2 degrees up in the northern portions of our wonderful country here. So pretty cool. Get it? Pretty cool. Minus 50. Cool. All right. I'll leave that be. That's it, you guys. Thank you all for being here. You guys are an awesome bunch. Baffin Island for Doc's tea. Yeah, there we go. So I don't know where she found that, but yeah, too cold. Yeah, no matter what, it is too cold. What's up here? I never even looked up here. We should take a look at alert. See if we get any alerts. Not really up there, nothing. It's a balmy minus 44 up there. All right, you guys, that's it. My voice is pretty much done for today. And Sue Hayes, you win. I'll let you have it. Siberia, find a minus 48, then zoom in. Oh, in Siberia, there was a minus 48. We do know that there were a few cold spots when you zoom in a little bit more. There's a minus 44, 47, 48. So that's in Siberia. I don't know if there's a minus 50 over there, but that's all I see. So we'll leave it at that. We'll have that game and fun later on in life. And let me see if we can get this back onto some stuff. It says the stream recording is no longer available. What happened there? Maybe I have to refresh that. And okay, so anyway, that is yeah, I think they might have reset the other stream, or something went awry with it. Yep, they did. So Shane's getting handy. Has 736 subscribers, and they had about 630 subscribers when we first learned about them, and hopefully that'll really boost them up. The stream restarted, a new link, I got it already, that's all cool. And thanks Shane, or Buddy Bopper, and the link that we've got up top there, we'll see if we can change that real quick, and copy, and we'll see if we'll just drop it in the chat here and paste it, and I'll just toss it in there and pin it for now. So for those that have not gone over there yet to subscribe, please do consider subscribing. It's worthwhile, and that'll be excellent. Anyway, big thank you to the people that have helped out and supported. First off, every one of you members in here, every one of you who is a Lava family member, that means all of you. Thank you for being here today. I really do appreciate all of you. Kevin Haynes threw in two one gift memberships, and that is awesome. And then also Grandma B threw in a super chat, as well as Sharon Stewart And Kevin Williams, thank you kindly for that wonderful support. We'll put that back on the agenda for getting some cough drops and things like that. And hopefully that'll work out. Yes, there are fresh bunny tracks there in our wonderful bunny land. Well, yeah, that's bunny land. I was down there earlier, cleaned out the snow and stuff. So, Robert Chantel, good night, Dr. What? I think you want to maybe retract that, Robert, and try that again. Yeah, maybe retract that would be a nice. Click on the three dots and on the side of your message and just retract it, and that way it'll go away, or I'll remove it. It's okay because that doesn't look very good. We'll remove it. I understand it was a typo, so okay, no worries. You retract it. Thank you, Robert. And yeah, man, can't even spell tonight. It's all right. We understand if it was a typo, it's a typo. No offense taken, Robert and Chantel. All good. All right. So let me see. I wanted to put you back over to Hawaii for right now because there is really no lava showing there. On Shane's Getting Handy channel. So we will leave that one be for now. We'll throw that back over onto the one from Two Pineapples to finish off the show for today. And of course, if you haven't subscribed to Two Pineapples either, please do go subscribe to Two Pineapples. They're an awesome channel as well. So very good people there. And again, it is one of those no nonsense type channels. Okay, so what they are promoting is facts. What they don't tolerate is conspiracy theorists and things like that. That's the same as us here. We like to keep a clean chat. We don't like somebody dropping the F-bomb as an example. And we take care of that very quickly when those things happen, especially if the individual gets argumentative. Unfortunately, we've seen that here today, and hopefully that won't be happening in the future. So anyway, I don't want to make comments or rude excuses or anything like that. It's just we want to keep a clean channel for everyone in here. And we have children watching, and of course that individual that did that obviously has no concept of this is an educational stream and not something to be wild and willy about. Anyway, on those friendly notes, though, I want to say thanks, everyone. Do appreciate all of you in here, and we try to do our best and try to keep things clean and neat. And we understand sometimes, you have typos like Robert and Chantel, and that's okay. So all good that way. We understand that, okay? But other things sometimes don't work out. Educational educational and a child-friendly stream. That is exactly it. And we do have. We do have people watching this. In some places, there are people watching these streams that are doing exactly that. So, Sweeney, still going. I had my sleep. Oh, you had your sleep? I'm going to go to bed soon. I'm kidding. But I am done for today. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. Thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Joseph Fields, Texas, and possibly Lucas Snow, and all the others that might have been hiding in the background. Thank you, moderators. I really do appreciate you guys. And also thank you to all of you, the Lava family, and that is excellent. Take care, everyone. Be good, be kind, and please, please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Good night, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow. Oink, oink.